Okay, great. So my name is Maria Dayton, so I'll be moderating today. And I'm the Senior Director of Capital Partnerships at LG Electronics and founding team member of LG's Innovation Center in Silicon Valley called LG Nova. And we also have a series of funds that we work with, kind of doing cutting edge innovation, and have lived in Sub-Saharan and in North Africa for almost 7 years. So I'm really excited about the topic. The title is The Last Will Be First, Leapfrog and Digital Economy or Perish. So I'm really excited. We have a great panel. And I think we can start. There's a video from a panelist who couldn't come named Meilin Fung, actually a close friend of Ali and mine. So she'll start, and then we'll start with intros of the panel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meilin Fung, and I'm the co-founder of the People-Centered Internet, which I co-founded 10 years ago with Vince Cerf, one of the fathers of the Internet. Yasha Stein, the current chair, is here at Davos, and I hope you will each have an opportunity to meet him. I'm also originally from Singapore, but have spent 40 years in the Silicon Valley, where I helped to found the entire industry of customer relationship management by being part of the two-person skunk works that developed the first prototype at Oracle in 1990. I have thought a lot about the impact of technology, and I've shared some thoughts with you here. When we talk about data, it's a kind of unknown concept. We are living in a world where we're trying to make rules for something that people don't even have words for in some places. Because I want to take the analogy of land rights. Native Americans believe that the earth, fire, sky, it belongs to everyone. And when people came in and said, who does this land belong to? They said, it belongs to all of us. Well, those people said, well, if you're not claiming it, I'm writing my name as the owner of this land. And the end result is a terrible blot on US history called the Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears were where the Native Americans were forced from their lands, which they had lived on for hundreds of years, because they did not realize the importance of establishing their legal rights. I'm here speaking because the legal framework for data is evolving now. Knowledge is something that when you divide it, it multiplies. When you divide land, you get a smaller part of it. So don't accept that somebody knows, no one knows. Last week I was at the launch of the UNAI report. But the message I took away is we are at the beginning of a very long journey. But what's important is that future generations can benefit from AI and from data. But we have to work out how to do that. We don't want to have another Trail of Tears. There are 430 language families in the world. Most AI is trained on 5 languages. What's happening to the 425 other languages? This is a serious topic. Who will own the data? But ownership of data is a new legal construct. And in fact, it is within our hands, within our ears, within our brains, and within our eyes to shape what it means to have data rights and data ownership in the digital age. We need to work together on this. Please take a picture of the QR code and join me. Let's work on this together.
So I think we'll start with introductions. Start with Lars.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to be here. So I do many things, but my fundamental job is I work at MIT. And I look at sort of the intersection between emerging technologies such as quantum technologies. I don't think we can say AI is an emerging technology any longer. How we bring that to the market and the geopolitical mentioning of that. And I think when I did this about 6 years ago, people thought that this geopolitical dimension is kind of boring. Like, why do we need to talk about that? Because it was kind of gone in a way. And I think it's quite clear to say that now that geopolitics is back. There was a famous author, Francis Fukuyama, who wrote a book about the end of history. It was about the end of all that. And I think what we can say today, if we ask the question, what comes after the end of history? Well, history.
Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you for everyone to be here and listen to us. Thank you also to the beautiful little introduction of our other panelist. And my name is Daniela Herman. I'm the co-founder of Dynex and mission leader of Dynex Moonshots. We disrupted the market in 2024, going to market with a quantum as a service solution available to everyone. And we have today 1 million qubits available, which is solving real world problems at scale. We, in the same time, created an ethical committee to uphold ethical integrity at a cutting edge technology going to market at the first hour. And not just only when regulations catch up, then we start implementing, because the importance of responsibility is just key and needs to be upheld. We as well went into the market and immediately went into Africa, India, and Brazil, and did not just follow the classical trails, including everyone and making this a one garden principle approach. And Dynex Moonshots, as our little family office, is investing with quantum computing and cutting edge technologies that are changing the planet, pioneering. And we have supply chain optimizations in ocean health, certain projects going on. And we're also active in cardiovascular disease on AI enhancement, etc. And it's becoming more and more and more. And our approach is collaborative and with love. And that's what I would love the competitive field, which is today still a war game, to shift to, because we're not going to otherwise unify what needs to be unified. Thank you so much.
So I think I've got this microphone.
Oh, yeah?
So I won't read the puffy one. Thank you. So I'm Iqbal Survey. I'm a medical doctor, so the least knowledgeable about these matters, sitting on this platform right now. I want to say, Mamadou, I think well done to you and Shanti and the team and Kojo. It's always great to see, Africa House growing, and especially hosting, some of these sort of tech discussions. I remember the first time Africa House started,
2020,
Yeah, so this is I don't know if it's a good thing, because my son this morning said to me, sitting there, I'm getting old. It's my 14th Davos now.
Wow.
I think I'm the longest South African that has come to Davos. I'm hoping to stop coming to Davos. So the angle that I think on this panel I'd like to sort of reflect on is that the investment angle, and also looking at what's happened in China, for example, and I was chairman of the BRICS Business Council for the 5 countries for a number of years, and I've been part of BRICS since South Africa joined BRICS in 2009 and 10. And I've watched how BRICS countries, in particular China, has been able to leapfrog to become number 1 in technology. We can say arguably, and I think there are some lessons for Africa from that. We don't have to copy and paste, but they're important lessons. I think the other thing is capital, and governments in Africa need to come together to be able to look at data in particular. I believe that it's going to be a lot more difficult going forward for us in Africa. I forgot to mention I'm from Cape Town, which has just been voted by Time Out magazine as the most beautiful city in the world. So you're all welcome to come and visit us at some point in Cape Town. But, we've invested across the continent. We've been early stage investors in really big tech companies. I'd say those were our lucky investments. And I think we're starting to find how we invest in Africa in terms of we're busy with, as you quite correctly said, Mamadou, Chinese NVIDIA equivalent, where we're probably going to invest about $2 billion in that business. And we'd like to do something similar on the African continent, but we're not quite sure how. So in a way, I'm hoping that in these discussions in Davos this year, that we're able to, find partners in the pathway towards really large-scale investment to accelerate or leapfrog the area of, AI, data, quantum technology, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Mamadou, and the rest of the team. I'm already extremely excited in what all of you said. I think we're all very aligned. The world is changing very rapidly right now. And I look at technology like a magnifier glass, and then I say a little bit about myself. And right now it has been bigger than it ever has been because of quantum, because of AI, even the ability to program the genome and things like that. So it goes incredibly fast, which is at one end very scary because it means that we can also do damage with that. But on the other hand, it's also very incredibly exciting because we can now all leapfrog, right? Even, let's say, small people like myself, we can change the world in a way. And now it really comes down to also what Daniela was referring to. How do we do this? The power of the heart. We should not forget that it's not just about using tech for our own benefit, but it's about using tech for what the world needs. And that's, at least in our team, we run around with these t-shirts, planet first, people first, and look, this is important that we don't forget that. About myself, I like to call myself nerd engineer, coding since a young age. I always found the world a very strange place. I actually still do. And I was lucky when I came out of university. That was just when the internet got started, And I was hired by an American company to help build all kinds of things around the internet. So I got my love for the internet. I think it's still one of the best, most capable things which ever happened. But also, if we look now what the internet is, it's a wonderful place, but it also has a lot of things which we're not so happy about. No, we mentioned data. That's indeed a big problem. We don't own our data anymore. On our own slides, we call this like we lost the war on data, in a way. Of course, we will try and get it back, but it's kind of what happens. And now we're losing the war on intelligence if we're not careful, right? Because now there is massive amount of money being spent on becoming smarter. And the question is, will we use that to create something which we call augmented collective intelligence, something which is to the benefit of all of us? Or will that be something in the hands of the few? So 2 years, I love Africa. I always did, while I'm not black, but for 30 years and going to Africa, starting with Egypt. And I'm now living in Zanzibar. I'm very happy. And together with our team, we are basically trying to create a new internet, which sounds kind of big, I guess, and weird, but we're working with the government there in Zanzibar and Tanzania, and we're very happy that they are so forward-looking. I'm an extremely big believer, and that's where I also met Mamadou, in leapfrogging. I believe there is a beautiful opportunity for Africa to literally skip like 5 years ahead. And I'm just very grateful to be part of that. And we're working on a digital free zone. We're working on a startup city of 10,000 people as well. The idea is to invite startups to build that future into Africa. It's a sovereign startup city, by the way, digital free zone, and this new internet as a platform. So these are the things we work on. And I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I go by Tonton Ali. That's my sort of nickname. But I'm Senegalese American with strong ties to Guinea, Cameroon. I found out that Mamadou and I are somehow related. So that's the beauty of Davos. And so I'm based in the Bay Area in Silicon Valley with Maria. We were part of. I started as Director of Investments at LG Electronics before launching my own investment firm about 2 years ago called Orion Capital. still based in the Bay Area. So we invest in across three major sectors: clean tech, healthcare, and AI. And we have a portfolio of funds that we build as well, about 5 different funds. And we're about to announce a new one tomorrow, hopefully, if everything goes well. So, and my background, I've been a serial entrepreneur pretty much all my life. I started in quantum physics about 30 years ago, dropped out of school, built a couple of companies, startups, and then started building ad tech solutions and fintech solutions. And I'm also a co-founder of United Capital, which is a Dubai-based investment arm that invests across Africa. We have about 5 billion under management in projects, industry projects across Ethiopia, West Africa as well. And in the US, we really focus on investing in early stage companies. So we invest mostly across the I would say rural America. So we have a major initiative in West Virginia currently, where we're committed to invest about $700 million over the next 5 years. And we work very closely with corporations, specifically LG Electronics, which is our main anchor, and also an acceleration partner for a lot of the startups that we work with. And happy to be here. I've been part of the sort of the leapfrogging revolution across Africa. I built several of the startups and telecom ventures about 10 years ago, back when no one really was talking about AI or even fintech to that extent here. So I'm happy to share some of those learning experiences with the team. So.
Very interesting. Thanks for that. In terms of our first question, so we have about an hour, I think, to about 50 minutes. So I know some of you have touched on this, but if we can go into more depth on how Africa can harness the potential of emerging technologies to leapfrog into a thriving digital economy.
Thank you so much. So one of the key things, and I'll try to, what I'm going to say now, I'm trying to a little bit hand it over to you at some point, because I think what I'm trying to suggest is probably what you're doing. And doing is always better than just talking about it.
We can do it together.
We can then do it together, right? So I think, I just want to come back to, everyone's talking about saying this phrase right now, the world is changing. And I think one of the key things that is happening in the world is that we have basically moved from a world from around 90, 91 until about now, where, to use the phrase of one of the first advisors of the first Clinton administration, is the economy stupid? So basically the whole world, which is drawn, we have the sort of the core institutions in the world that's driven globalization. And basically we're now in a world where it's also about it's the security stupid. And it drives a fundamental realism in everything, not just in foreign policy, but in everything that's going on. And realism in most things, also in technology development and everything, is actually often leads to nationalism. It's making X great again, right? So fundamentally, one of the key things is to say that where I think Africa can do so, and obviously some of the countries that are also in Africa, is to say whether they can actually uphold collaboration and being the right partners for other countries to develop some of these critical technologies and getting them to the market. And there's also the other technologies where basically Africa can take the charge and lead. Because what you're going to see basically in Europe and also transatlantically is that it's going to be very, very difficult in the years to come to uphold a globalized economy. Fundamentally, it's going to be a lot of more barriers. Everyone is imposing tariffs, regulatory pieces. It's going to be very, very tough to become an entrepreneur in the areas that we find important as quantum, AI, and stuff like that in the years to come, because everything will be tried to be protected. So those that have a different regime and can propose something more lean is actually now competing much better than anyone else. But I'll underline partnerships as something that's important. And maybe that was a segue to you. I'm not sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think I'm a bit of polymath, so I'll go a little bit into a philosophical perspective here. I think that a base of access to technologies and instruments to kind of build the new economies of the future needs to be a given. and needs to be given to all countries, actually. And the restrictions that could happen, etc., are just harming, because if you frame it correctly and you put it in the right responsible frameworks for people, then innovation is a human right, right? And so any technology that is out there needs to become, in its way, how it's served to the people, accessible. And having Africa profit from it as such is, again, the accessibility to a base of technologies that allows you to leverage, to build the businesses, to have ideas, to wrap your head around it. And quantum, as we know, is a moving from the car to the horse. It's going to shift any kind of competitive surrounding we have today. We're going to have a big change happening there, which I find is great, because we're having a more complex, more intuitive, more creative surrounding uprising for many people to come, right? So that's kind of where I see the emergence of technologies being an importance and being accessible and becoming mainstream to humanity.
I've got
sorry.
some microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniela. You know, the thing that strikes me about this panel and a lot of the other speakers that are coming is that we have incredibly smart people in Africa and working in Africa. But I think we have to go back to the first principles of AI, you know, quantum computing, etc. And I can just go back to 2009. 2009, you know, I had some discussions with Elon, and there were no electric cars. It's very important to understand. And one of the things that he did was to unpack what makes up ICE, or the internal combustion engine, how is a car powered, and then also to look at what kind of data, if any, a car has at the time. And I always joke with people, if I had kept the little few pages, you know, where he drew this on, I could probably sell it for a few $1 million today.
And not a meme coin.
but it's that fundamental principle, you see, of unpacking right down to the very basics what we want to do, and then building from there. And I think one of the things that technology, in a way, is helping us to do in Africa is that go to the very basic level, which is that you need data centers. No matter what you're thinking about, yes, you can have decentralized data centers, of course, and that's Daniela's, you know, sort of expertise. But it's going to take some time for us to get there. The problem with data centers are they're very expensive, and they cost, you know, billions and billions of dollars to be able to do on scale, and hence you have a few big players in data centers, AWS, Huawei, you know, Microsoft, you name it, except Oracle is now going big into that as well. But that's exactly the point, is that the data centers, as they're done currently, are outdated. And so with the latest chip designs, where you have now 2 nanometer chips, and you have the ability for massive processing power. There are two things that come out of that process. The first is that the data centers that you'd normally require a huge office block with cooling systems and all of those things are now no longer required. You can now literally put the same size data center together, which is what Google and quite a few others are now doing, which the Chinese are also busy doing. You can put them together in maybe a little box like this, and will give you the same processing power that you'd normally have from a building full of data centers. That's very important, because it means you no longer require the energy sources that you need for massive amounts of service, etc. That's where we should go as Africa. We should look at taking that latest technology in the building of advanced data centers, which are much less requirements, expensive though, but less requirements otherwise. And then I think the next thing is to look at, okay, well, where is the data sitting? Yep. And Africa data is sitting with governments. It's not sitting with the private sector. Whether it is agricultural data, whether it is, healthcare data, retail data, yes, retail to an extent in the private sector. So we're going to have to get control of that data. And we can't give the data to IMF and others who use the data, yes, for their own good. We can argue whether it's good for Africa or not. But the point is we need the data. Then once we have that, we can design. So what is the advantage? And everyone speaks about, which I share passionately, the shared future for humanity, right? And in particular for Africa, to overcome the issues of inequality, poverty, you name it. And what Africa has got going for us is young people. So if we take the hardware, which is the data center, and then we take existing technologies around getting the data from, in particular, governments, and then we add the software to that, which is where everyone here comes in. Right, and once you have that, you can then start saying, okay, let's get the software skills and redesign how we deal with the data to provide solutions that are tailor-made for the African continent. And the best example of that is China. China did that 40 years ago. In China, 30 million people died of starvation. Today, arguably, the Chinese are in the lead in many, many areas when it comes to AI. I know because I've had that accessibility into, I met, with the Chinese now, just recently, and we can do that in Africa. And what the Chinese don't have, what we have in Africa is young people. So the other important building block is skilling up young people in different areas that can work through the data in order to provide the solutions. So I just want us to be very practical about making sure that we have those building blocks, because the other thing which Elon Musk did, which was a shock at the time, and everyone laughed at him, and I must admit, I myself was a bit, skeptical. He decided to open up the IP of Tesla to BMW specifically. And we thought, what the hell are you doing? Right. But that accelerated the adoption of EV, right, in the industry itself. And one of the things we have to think about is almost open sourcing, in a way, the IP relating to AI and quantum and all of those kind of things. So how are we going to do this over the next decade requires a building block approach, and where everyone fits into that building block is going to be very important. But just like everything else, the Industrial Revolution, unless you have the infrastructure, unless you have that in place, it's very difficult for us as Africans to be able to make that leap. And that's where we should be focusing on. And it's not difficult to actually build that infrastructure. So let's go back to those building blocks, the first principle, unpack everything, and then decide and also let's decide which countries in Africa are going to do what. Because we can build expertise at a country level, at the regional level, so we all come together in one way to actually make that, leapfrog.
So, first of all, I'm extremely happy to sit next to you. And I couldn't have the best introduction. Fully agree with everything you say.
He's been hearing about you.
Yeah, that too. So there's a lot to unpack here. And yes, I couldn't agree more. Actually, I have the luck to speak to government leaders and to people around. I never haven't mentioned my company, but it's called Threefold. I'm supposed to do that to mention the company name. And when I go to talk to those people, I say, look, right now, if you would build your energy plant, your electricity plant, as an example in the US, And you would have to pay a lot of money for the cable to the US. What would you say? And they say, yeah, that would be ridiculous because we would be depending, it would be too expensive and it doesn't work. But then I say, yeah, but that's kind of strange because you're exactly doing that for the internet. You don't have your own infrastructure. And indeed, they are all thinking about building data centers, but it doesn't do much because at the end, the data center is a building, right? It's some racks and you put something in there. But that's not what we need. We need something which goes way beyond that. Because we're not going to resolve this problem by doing what we have been doing over the last 20 years, right? But it really gets them to think, and it's like, oh yeah, but wait a minute, that's kind of silly. Why indeed do we do that? Why do we put like 80% of our budgets in the cables, which then makes everything super expensive? While in the meantime, we're not actually getting the data and getting the intelligence in our own land. That's pretty much how the computing. Because right now it's even more about the intelligence, quantum, AI, and so on, than it actually is just about the infrastructure. And that's how we started working with, when I started with this startup 10 years ago, I had 7 exits and I went back to my investors and they didn't want to invest. They said, no, this is too big, it's too crazy, this is not going to work, we're rather happy to focus onto something like a painkiller approach. But I said, yeah, but I'm not interested to do a painkiller approach. We need to do something which the world really needs. And even if we talk to people, they always talk about like the internet is already there. But the reality is that more than 50% of the world still doesn't have decent internet. And it's not about give them a long cable to somewhere 10,000 kilometers away. So what we did over the last years was turn that around. Can we truly reinvent the way how to use hardware? Because hardware became, to your point, extremely powerful. But we need to change the way how we use and harness the power of that hardware. And what we did in our project was we started giving that out to many, many people. So I do believe that it needs to be owned by millions and millions and millions of people, not some centralized party coming in and doing that. But doing that in the right way is not so easy. The other thing I noticed is that it's not just about technology. I was asked to speak a couple of times, and actually I said, look, you know what's also missing? There is indeed a lot of talent. That's true. But if you ask a lot of people in Africa, they think a lot about how they can leave Africa and go somewhere. And it's like they almost think like, oh, it's going to be better somewhere else. And they say, yeah, but why do you believe it will be better somewhere else? I mean, we have this beautiful opportunity to build the future together and make something which has never been seen before, because of what's there today, if we think out of the box, we have an opportunity to leapfrog just like that. And that's what we decided to do from out of East Africa, and we'd like to invite everyone to even come there. But one of the things we do there is building a 10,000-man cyber city, they call it as a government. But the reason behind it is to give a lot of people the opportunity to come and relocate even in a physical space, because sometimes physical is still more important than all virtual, right? To together build the future for Africa. And then, of course, it can go everywhere where it needs to be. And I'm super happy you mentioned open source, because we believe everything should be open source. I have to say, I would have been in trouble if my companies have been open source. So it's definitely something which is very well. And the other one is authenticity. Is that I do not believe in this movement where people are so scared that they believe they have to hide and go anonymous. And, no, we need to be able to express who we are. It needs to be our data. It needs to be our skills. But we need to know which data is true and which information is true. So if we're going to build this new system, which we're doing, then we need to make sure that these things are inside there as well, right? It's not just about technology.
So the beauty of being last is, your panelists already said it all. So I don't have much to add to this except maybe zooming in on a couple of points from Lars and from Iqbal. Lars talked about partnership, and that was a key element of our works at MIT. We were colleagues. I was head of global programs at the Legatum Center, building bridges. We focused on partnerships, essentially building bridges between the US and Africa when it comes to innovation and bringing all the stakeholders together. That was a key moment for us because it sort of opened the doors to mobilizing a lot of capital for Africa and a lot of resources as well. So definitely partnership, whether they be public-private partnerships or just stakeholder partnerships. That's a key part of our work in the US as well. We try to build with Maria this innovation hub from the Bay Area all the way to Africa, to emerging markets, to Asia. And we're seeing how we're mobilizing a lot more capital, investing directly into companies, whether they be from the US or from foreign markets as well. So leveraging partnership, leveraging also the diaspora. I think we have. It's not about necessarily leaving Africa, as you just said, which is a key problem we have, right? A lot of great entrepreneurs trying to make it on the other side, but it's really about giving back to the state, right, to the continent. How do we connect the dots between the two? We spend a lot of time trying to help them and mobilize the diaspora in the US, in Europe as well, to sort of bring those resources back. And Iqbal talked about first principle, which is something Elon loves to mention as well. Going back to the basics. I think what we're missing is a way to tell the story better when it comes to African innovation. That's something that we're very good at in the US, right? How to market ourselves, how to really tell the story. In Africa, especially in Francophone Africa, it's very, very tough for us. In our culture, I'm from West Africa, Francophone Africa, we don't like to talk too much about our accomplishments. We try to be more on the quiet side of things, and I think it's not necessarily the right approach. So we have to get better at really communicating and sharing what Africa has done when it comes to leapfrogging. A lot of stakeholders in the US don't know that fintech was way more advanced in Africa than what's happening right now with Apple Pay. We had Apple Pay 20 years ago in Kenya, right? Yeah. So the story has to be told in a better way. And we have the opportunity to sort of really take advantage of that with AI, right? What's going on right now across the continent when it comes to AI and data sovereignty, although we have challenges, as Maylene mentioned, we're seeing some breakthrough that is not really advertised the right way. So we have to, put media into perspective as a sort of a building block when it comes to innovation as well. And then data sovereignty, that's also something that is key. We had an opportunity to meet with the president of Senegal about 2 months ago in the Bay Area, and then we met him again, in Africa, and he's definitely trying to build that sort of data sovereignty angle for the continent, for the country itself. But it's challenging because we need to have, as Iqbal mentioned, an opportunity for the private sector to play a bigger role. And we're not there yet, but that's definitely, good to see some advance and some opportunities from young African presidents trying to sort of build that bridges and connect the dots between, the diaspora in the US, the private sector in Africa, and, sovereign partners as well. So, yeah.
All right, great, thanks. I'll piggyback a little bit onto what Ali had said, because us being in Silicon Valley, oftentimes I'll tell people that I was buying coffee with my phone in 2012 in Kenya, and they literally won't believe me. I mean, literally, they'll think I'm like exaggerating. And when you give more examples, like in quantum or even creative finance, a lot of the stuff we're doing now in creative finance, it's all based on bond structures that come out of Sub-Saharan. And when you tell like I had a conversation with some folks from Fidelity a few months ago, and when you tell them like, oh, this is a bond structure based on what's already happened, I mean, they literally don't believe you. Yeah. So I think telling that story becomes really, really important. So the panels touched on a lot of great sort of elements of that leapfrogging potential in Africa. One important point is I think about creating kind of an inclusive and sustainable kind of digital economy, especially considering almost 40% of people don't have access to internet, super young population, 70% of the workforce is in the informal sector. How do we sort of deal with these challenges in a very specific way? I know it's a hard question, but.
Start from Ali's.
Yeah, start with Ali.
Okay, I should have kept quiet. Yeah, so I think our innovation in Africa is already inclusive, right? The challenge is how do we connect the dots between that sector and what's happening on a global stage when it comes to AI and new technologies. As Maylene was mentioning, how do we train the models to become more inclusive as well? What we've done a lot of in Senegal, Niger, Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, some of the markets where I was active as an entrepreneur, we always try to build technology in a very, very inclusive and mindful way from the very beginning. The challenge we had was to export that technology overseas, keeping the same sort of inclusive framework. So I think we need to have a better way of building that bridge between how we train models on the global side when it comes to AI to leverage some of the framework we have in place. But also in terms of being more and more open to new technologies, we have a way to sort of do the reverse and absorb a lot of what's going on in global innovation in a way that is very receptive. And we're seeing that as well with a lot of American companies now trying to come to Africa to support the way companies are built, and even learning from the local stakeholders. And so the more we are open to building those bridges, the easier it would be to get it to that stage where there is enough inclusive innovation, which is also something we worked on with Lars, I think, at MIT, with Fiona, about 5 years ago. Yeah.
Very good points. Kurt, if I understand the question right, it was about sustainability and how to do it in the right way. To me, this has two parts. One is, it's almost funny, right? Planet first, people first. Mm-hmm. So the planet first would be about how can we make sure that the technology we deploy doesn't need as much energy, for sure, but also can do much more with the hardware which is already there. Because today it's crazy to see how, in a way, we forgot how to use hardware properly. If I tell you that in most data centers, 90% of the capacity, maybe not GPUs, that might be different, but sure. In other things, sure. It's barely used. And so we need to change that thinking, right? Because a lot of people being in the universities, they learn a certain language, a certain way, and for them it looks like it's all free. We can go to Google, this, that, whatever, and we don't think about what does that mean underneath. It might be extremely non-efficient. It might be, and it is actually. And in a feasibility study we did, we came to the conclusion that we could deliver a full stack with everything a country would need for less, believe this or not, but for less than 2 watts per person. 2 watts. It's like nothing. You can't do it. But then you need to really rethink. And we should not believe that the technology is not there yet. It's all there. Everything is there. It's more like unlearning a lot of things, really, because a lot of these things have been done 20 years ago, 30 years ago. When the internet started, it was very peer-to-peer. It was very decentralized. And a lot of these things are still very relevant. Actually, my first computer was a Commodore 64, which was a small little computer. It was amazingly powerful for 64 kilobyte of memory. What do we do today with 64 kilobyte of memory? Not much, right? So we need to learn some of that. That's the sustainable part. But the good news is it's there. And it's actually, we've noticed the more you go down to the basics, to the hardware, let's say, the easier it becomes. Yeah. Really. And now with AI, it's even much better because the old technologies are quite well understood by AI. So we can even use it to get to the things much faster. And it's amazing to see how far many people are already getting. The second part has to do with, for people first. Unfortunately, I noticed that by going into Africa and working is that a lot of money which comes in, at the end, it's kind of sad to say, it extracts more value than it brings. And that's obviously not very sustainable, right? And I know you guys are busy with that for sure. And that's why also in the own place where we work, we really thought about the different types of PPP, public-private partnerships, they call that. How can we bring money into an area without having to extract anything? No money whatsoever, and still bring a return to the investors. And it is possible. And it is important. And it's one of the reasons that we managed to get enough trust, because at the end, who are we, right? A small Belgian guy with a team around. So how could we get enough trust and how could we do that? And that was because of also thinking about how can money be mobilized, go into certain regions so that it has much more benefit for the people. We call this in a way exit to community, so that at the end, everything which has been created sits in the hand of the community. And that's to me what sustainability is about. Planet is about doing more with hardware, less energy. And then people is all about making sure that the money which can get mobilized, and of course we're all very grateful for that, that it is done in a way so it really, every dollar is used in the best possible way, right?
Thanks. I think I want to build on what was said, and again, wanting to be very practical, because
there has to be a conscious decision to do something. And, you know, in my experience, I took a decision around about 15 years ago I was a doctor for 10 years, a specialist for 10 years. Then I left medicine and I started the investment group and got very successful in the oil and gas business, and then, you know, diversified quite significantly, but all legacy businesses. And then around about 2008, 9 or so, I decided, look, you know, Africa is a young population, and we really need to invest in technology. And so the first thing that I discovered at the time, it was very difficult to get skilled young African software engineers, hardware engineers, etc. And we started an active program of funding right up to university, postgraduate level, PhD level software engineers. But we did that in a very decided way. So, I mean, today we employ more or less 2,500 software engineers, all African. And that's really something which people forget. You need the people to be able to do what you're talking about. But that didn't come by accident, right? So I want to give a small example, if I may. When I was a doctor and I was training and teaching and, you know, being a doctor at one of the world's most famous hospitals, where the world's first human-to-human heart transplant was done, Groote Hospital in Cape Town, you know, and it was fantastic. And we were all proud of the fact that we were at the top end of, you know, medicine. And of course, having come through apartheid, the problem was that it was the tertiary hospital for patients coming from the whole of not just South Africa, but sub-Saharan Africa, that required advanced medical treatment. But many of those patients, you know, used to come in, and then when they came in the first time, and they came back again 3 months later, there were no folders. They couldn't find the folders. They had to redo the tests, you know. People traveled hundreds of kilometers or thousands of kilometers to get to the hospital. And I sat down and I said, okay, this is crazy, right? Why are we not finding the folders? Why do we have to repeat the X-rays, the blood tests and everything? Let's design a system that actually makes it more efficient, not just for the hospitals, but also for the patient. So if a patient is seen, for example, at a clinic out in the rural areas, the same data point will be picked up at the tertiary or secondary hospital. And when I started that discussion with you know, various people, both in the public and private sector, they thought we were bonkers, right? I said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to fund specifically young people coming out of school to look at hospital information and clinical information system technologies, the software. And anyway, the bottom line is, you know, today we're in more than 450 hospitals, very successfully customized software systems run by us, and those hospitals are running efficiently. But the biggest beneficiary of all of that are the patients, those that no longer have to have their blood taken 3 or 4 times simply because their folders a lot. The hospitals became more efficient, which meant they could use the money better, you know, for patient beds. And we forget how important it is to actually do that, to improve the quality of life. You know, we speak about it very glibly, but to improve the quality of life of ordinary people, you know, wherever they come from. And that's the power of technology. But you have to, again, you have to build a system, you have to have the people. And Africa, we need to do that. Not everyone is going to have a bright idea and become a billionaire, right? It doesn't work like that. We've invested very successfully in a lot of tech companies, and you know, it takes a long time. You don't often see that time zone. But another thing I think we forget about in Africa, and Africa is a very large continent, right? But ultimately it's surrounded by water. And the ocean economy on the African continent is a huge, huge opportunity, done in a sustainable way to feed the African population, to generate income for the African population. But, you know, we've invested substantially in the ocean economy, the blue ocean economy. And we have, I always say it's my conscious investment, because we also have large fishing businesses in our portfolio, but consciously we've invested, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in that sector. But we started looking at African countries, and I will give you a very good example of Comoros, the Comoros Islands. And we met with the government there, and two things struck us. You know, they fish a lot of tuna in Comoros, mainly for the population of Comoros itself. The two things that struck us was the amount of fishermen that are lost because it's not done properly. Secondly, the amount of waste and the amount that they cannot feed the population. And we said, okay, you know, let's do data around this. Let's understand. And I'm saying again, you know, something as simple as, and we've started a huge project in the Comoros. And we said we don't want to make any money out of it. For the next 10 years, what we want to do is help the Comoros government and its people to understand the data around how much fish is in the sea, you know, how can they fish sustainably, how can they add value to their own, how can they create jobs for their own people, and how can we use technology to be able to do that. And I'm not going to go into the detail of doing that. And I'm saying all of this because those are the practical things that we have to do if we're going to leapfrog in Africa. We can't just go in that direction and forget about everything else that is around us, because that everything else can mess up everything if you don't take care of it, you know. So those are the and I think thinking about data, AI, and you know, quantum, and a whole host of, and even in medicine, you know, biotech and all of those things, and robotics. If we don't start thinking, okay, what is the end solution that benefits the population, and how do we get to that end point in a building block way, we're never going to get there. It's always going to be a conversation. So we need to unpack this in areas of each of these, you know, areas, and then we need to say, okay, who's going to do what, and how are we going to do it? Practically speaking, how are we going to train up the young people? And then it's very easy. What is the capital required? That's really the easiest part of everything. I know people say it's not, but it really is. It's the easiest part of you know, of everything. But
some of us have tried.
Yeah, but I think if you can show that you're going to have a solution, and it's very clear that you're prepared to work hard in order to get to that solution and grow people at the same time, then you'll get the capital. Really, that is the point. You really will. Anyway, I think I've said a lot.
Yes, so I'll connect to what you said. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone. It's just inspiring, and it's really hard when you're at the end. I totally agree with you. Actually, yeah, it's just like we could say, we can shut up. No, I would like to just pick out some points to maybe add to. So first of all, inclusiveness and sustainability. What I am seeing and what we are seeing in front of us is that the way humanity works in having an imagination that the job is important, for example, is something that needs to change, because we're not having jobs. And we are having less jobs. We will have jobs, but we have different jobs. We will also have different systems that work on these jobs. It will not be the last job that we created that is a derivative out of old times. I'm not going to say the word, where you ask someone, may I take a vacation? Because it's going to probably change. And I'm talking here about a long perspective. I'm not talking here of what's happening tomorrow. But the fact is what's happening tomorrow and in front of the door, and that's McKinsey also stating it, we're having several millions of jobs not existing anymore. And we can see this also with very well-educated positions, be it in, the big fours, etc. Certain departments work only on AI, and the people that had 2 cars in the garage and 3 children in the private school will not be there anymore or are not there anymore. And that will lead also to what we said with data sovereignty. So we need to create new models of income. And you can see already out of the private sector arising quite rebellion concepts of how that works. And in fact, the crypto industry is highly interesting in that perspective, because within the games and the AI agents they create earning possibilities, income generators for people that game. I'm not for the gaming, but I'm just saying the concept is already in March. People are doing it. People are selling their little compute power at home. When they get off their computer, they leave the computer on and sell their compute power to systems. These are income generation, side incomes we have not even thought of. And we are all talking interesting things. But one thing is clear, if we take the timeline we're on, where this is happening in the next 5 to 10 years. And people are going to have their problem now with regards to Africa. One thing that I think is great, it will leapfrog there as well. Because if you have education, which I agree, education is essential. And that's why we're doing that also for India right now, for Sona College of Technology, and we're going to distribute this to 6 million people during this year, a neuromorphic quantum computing program, because people need to understand what this is and learn from it and become the software engineers that help kind of foster the businesses that are arising from it, make it sustainable. And you can't make it sustainable if education isn't given to the public, isn't given as an open source. And this is also, we're putting a textbook out, we're just giving it out there, and it needs to go viral because it has to become mainstream. It's the next big thing happening, right? And then the other thing with data sovereignty, as Christoph said, we have everything in our hands. We could encapsulate the little microscopic IP that you have. Every artist is currently in danger. Every film artist is in danger because you cannot prove that they're stealing your IP. It's just being taken and played with in the AI world of the infinite, right? But you need to kind of start building models where people earn from what they're doing, where people are sustaining the cultures they've grown. And I do think also in Africa, the good news is, I think a certain difficulty that we will face in Westerner countries, let's say, because we're so used to so many things. In Africa, they can just jump over it because it's going to change and be completely different, right? So I think there is also positive news to this, but education is key, and education is a human right and needs to be distributed to everyone on this planet.
So I think the exam question is a little bit, how can we have this technological leapfrogging, economic growth, and at the same time some kind of sustainability, inclusion. I'm going to sound a little bit gloomy now, but what we've seen, at least for the last, I would say, 30 to 50 years, is that has not happened. Exactly, it's the exact opposite has happened, right? We've had an enormous amount of agglomeration of wealth instead. So I think if we are, and in general across the globe, a lot of the digitalization that's been driven, for example, a lot of the software development that's been happening have basically created a lot of wealth for few people, but not for the majority, fundamentally. So I think if there is some things that I would like to say, if some recommendations maybe would be to make sure that when this growth happens, right, also at the same time consider what's the role of government here. How does the role of the government in this growth when it happens? And I'm pretty sure that it will happen. How will the government do the redistribution of wealth? So that's the tax system that needs to be looked upon and be integrated. How do we develop a system that is a welfare system that enables people to move from job to job with some kind of job security at the same time? It will also be, if I was on, there's always, when you have technological development, there is always a portion of the people in most countries that will eventually have the very low-paying jobs. And I hope these people, with some good help, will be able to actually also get together and make sure that they have good wages. I do not believe that it is quite funny to work in a warehouse for a lot of American companies in the service sector, just to be clear. That's also some of the results that we've seen of technological development. And I can sit when I lived in the US and be, oh, it's fantastic. I can order something and have it within 2 hours. Yeah, but someone's suffering for me to get it within 2 hours. So let's be clear about technological development. It comes not always with progress for everyone. It normally comes with progress for the few at the same time. So one of the key things that I would say to this is, make sure that when you go into this technology development, to make sure that you're also building things that actually built something, that there is hardware involved in it, that there's buildings involved in this, because fundamentally a lot of these technologies will also mean a re-education of the blue-collar workers, all of those people that will be building all those type of things that eventually that you need to happen as well. If you kind of forget the sort of the rebuilding of those people, at some point that will lead to what we've seen in most of the world, a lot of political sort of unhappiness with the ruling party and going back and forth. So basically, you're looking into political instability if you not do that at the same time. One of the main reasons to do so, coming from the financial viewpoint that we've touched upon it all along, is to say that a lot of the venture capital that's been invested over the last many years have a kind of perverted sort of way that it distributes wealth, the way that you have a 2 and 20 model, the duration of the funds basically is driving a lot of investment into things that you can develop fast and that you can quickly sort of like earn a lot of money on. Yeah. Right? So this type of impatient capital, I hope that you will say no to and drive it into much more of a patient capital structure so that you can basically use this money, because this is the type of money that will drive not only economic growth for the few and the heroes, everyone applauds, but not the people that are silent because they don't have a voice in that sense. But these are the sort of the type of patient capital that actually can afford to go into projects where you look into, for example, building a fault-tolerant quantum computer or whatever it is, because that involves many, many years ahead still. It involves a lot of hardware at the end of the day, good protection of the IP still at the same time. And with that, you will have a re-education also of the blue-collar workforce. So you will actually have something that's sustainable. It's an ecosystem where everyone wins and can say why they're there. I lived 5 years on Kendall Square, right next to MIT. If you've ever been there, Kendall Square is like, oh, it's fantastic to live there. Good. I've seen all the buildings being built around Kendall Square, and it's amazing what has happened around Kendall Square. But I can assure you that everyone who builds those buildings are moving further and further away to be able to live, to be able to build those buildings. So the more they build a Kendall Square, the further they need to live away to actually earn a decent living and actually pay the rent. So that's also the truth of it. So at the same time, get the right type of money that's more of a patient capital. Be sure that actually when you get the wealth, that you have a tax system that actually also does that redistribution of wealth. That's what I would say.
If I can add a few things. So we're announcing a VC fund tomorrow, so I got to defend the VCs a little bit here. But yeah, I think we need both, right? Lars is right. You know, when it comes to emerging markets specifically, we do need patient capital, and that's the healthy tension between impact investing and VCs. And we try to have both. On our end, we have very impatient capital with very impatient LPs that won't return right away. But at the same time, we always have a division focused on what we call the studio, right, internally, where we just build new technologies that we know might not come to life, for the next 5 years, for instance, right? And we also support other investors as well and other entrepreneurs. So we try to deploy both types of capital. I think you need both, right, when it comes to innovation. And so we have equity in a lot of companies in Africa that we know won't exit right away, but we believe that they will pave the way for new models, new type of innovations, whether they be AI or quantum. And also just touching on sustainability, when you talk about sustainability in Africa, there is always this notion that we cannot really generate a profit for it, right? That it's really about aid and supporting and doing good, just for the sake of doing good. And I think that's a mistake to look at it that way. And in our model, in our thesis, with all the funds that we have, especially the first one that we started about 3 years ago, the thesis was really about leveraging the 3 P's of sustainability. So definitely planet and people, but also profit, right? And the more you can prove that you can generate a good profit with sustainable innovations, the more you will attract the attention of large stakeholders, whether they be sovereign funds, other nations, and as well. And it's hard to prove that model, but it's out there. And again, it goes back to how we communicate the advancement that we're seeing in Africa. I remember when I was about 10 years ago, I was living in Dubai, building telecom ventures across Africa. In Nigeria, we powered at that time mobile money, Airtel, in East Africa, MTN as well. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it, but the company was making about $2 million a day in revenue, right? So that's more than $500 million in revenue, right? And no one has heard of that company, because we didn't know how to communicate that to others, right? And the model was really about sustainable innovation, because we were giving that money as a way of supporting local communities as well, so monetizing data, right, with telecom operators. But we didn't do a good job at promoting how we got there, right? And a model like that, when you show foreign investors that you can make $600 million in revenue using mobile money in Africa, you can attract the right kind of funding that you need to scale faster, because you control how that inclusive innovation is built as well, right? So I beg to differ when we talk about sustainability in Africa and look at it from a foreign aid or feel good kind of investment. I think there are models out there that show that you can actually combine people, profit, and planet together, and show that you can have a sustainable model. So.
Okay, great. So thanks for all of your comments. We have maybe time for one question, 5 minutes perhaps. The only thing that I would add, maybe that I don't think was really mentioned, was a really comprehensive view on risk, just from the financial services sector perspective. If we're not going to be able to bring connectivity if we can't figure out risk models and insurance wrappers that work in sub-Saharan. And I think there is work that's happening there, but I think it needs to be more comprehensive and more strategic, and not just kind of one-offs from various groups or various governments, but it needs to be handled in a very comprehensive way and with the large financial institutions, so that there can be faster adoption on the large infrastructure side. That would be my thoughts. But any questions for the panel? One quick one in particular.
I'm Patrick. Hello. Someone talked about education before, because if you want to build all of that inside Africa, you have to have the people who can do it. So current education systems around the world basically suck, because you don't learn creativity, you don't learn from experience, you don't learn imagination, you don't learn in any way that any child would learn anything. So that's what we did in Europe, and then we exported that around the world. And now the school systems in Asia and in Africa, I've been into so many African schools in my life, and I've seen the same, like basically everywhere, which is why we only fund alternative education models at the moment, because people go through school but don't have any skill set to do anything themselves. So what is your take on that? Is that a major problem in order to get to that point of leapfrogging where you have actual local development and innovation on the continent, or are there enough people who can actually do it?
Yeah. Yeah, I have strong feelings about it, because I'm a dropout, right? I went back to school to finish my degrees, but I dropped out of school both in high school and in college in the US for those reasons, right? What I was being taught was not practical enough. I was impatient for sure. I wanted to build startups and build practical innovation essentially. But there was a huge disconnect, and I was, in high school in Senegal, I was labeled as a troublemaker, right? Because I didn't really follow the models. But that's because, I felt that there was something broken on how we approach things, right? Especially coming from the Francophone and French system, where it's very, very theoretic, right? Driven first. And even in the US, we have this debate about how practical, innovation is, education is. We used to own a university in Senegal where we try to teach, practical innovation, coding, reskilling. I think that's where the model needs to evolve if, we want to leverage, the youth, right, the population we have in Africa currently. So we in terms of patient capital and giving back to communities, this is where we spend a lot of our times. We have a coding school, for girls in Niger that we own on the family office side, my wife and I, and we try to really support new models. I really believe that the current educational model is broken, right? It's not going to help the current generation across Africa. We need to rethink that, and we're engaging, different nations, different governments to help them rethink that model. Down to why don't we teach English in Francophone countries, right? We're set at a disadvantage from the very beginning when it comes to exploiting what we know, right, or what we can access. So yeah, I have very strong feelings about it. I think we need to revamp the entire system if we were to achieve the kind of innovation we want to see.
Just to say, because of AI, it's changing all anyhow.
Yeah.
It's no longer what you know.
Yeah.
It will all be about how can you get through that information, which means more important than ever is going to be the emotional connection. It's going to be creativity indeed, because that will, like I said, that's what makes us human, right? So it will change. It has to change. There is no other way. So thank you for asking the question.
And in addition to that, even if you take, like, for example, quantum, right? You have to change the way you look at things. You cannot do it with the kind of linear way that people have done it. It's actually much more natural to us. We are in ourselves a quantum computer. So actually what we're now doing is getting our brain to understand now to the outside world to act like that as well. But that will change again. Everything, that will be a chance for people that are very creative, that will be intuitive. There will be skill sets that we actually had falling off the cliff in the past that will be very much appreciated. Dyslexia, right? Even that, I mean, it's interesting how multidimensional thinking there, right, is a talent. So anyways, just in addition to that, maybe you want to say something, will you?
I just want to, I think it's a little bit of everything. It's horses for courses. So some people thrive in a formal academic education, and it's something that is the foundation for many disciplines and professions, etc. And I think we would be unfair to deny people that opportunity to actually do that. On the other hand, people thrive without a formal education. There are many huge success stories without anyone. Ali is a dropout, as he says, and he's a huge success story as an example. So it really depends on you as a person. People are different. Some are left brain inclined, some are right brain inclined, some are academic, some are creative. And it's really a question of using technology to get the best out of every person, and to create the opportunities to do that. I do want to say where I agree with you is that, I chaired for a long time, I think South Africa's top business school, according to all the stats out there. And yeah, by far, it was interesting. It was, over a period of about between 5 and 10 years. I tried to change the school, the university, to be more innovation driven, and we set up a number of centers. I even was the key person to getting in a dean that came from Belgium, of all places, that was very involved in creativity and innovation and social entrepreneurship, etc. And I saw how difficult it was for these, call it Ivy League Africa institutions, to be able to make the shift, to be able to do that. So I agree with you completely that
The Ivy League institutions, in particular in the world today, they are there, they're necessary. And on the other side, however, which is a debate, if you take China, right, their massive focus on formal education, and right now, the last 2 years, China has produced more PhDs, qualitatively speaking, than any other country in the world, and in some cases, twice that of the US, for example. And that is driving the massive innovation in China. So there is a space for everything. But
or in percentage to the inhabitants, because there are only one.
No. In total. I know it's in total. But if you consider 40 years ago, if you had a PhD in China, it was rare, and you were sent to go work in the rural areas. Today, those PhDs, and therefore we need African PhDs. We need African masters. We need scientists in Africa that are able to get that formal training as well. But at the same time, where I agree with you completely, the majority of people that we need to train up should not be in a formal education system. They can learn coding, they can learn software, AI now can actually do massive good for us. I mean, who uses Google anymore? I mean, I don't. As an example, you can write your thesis now, using one of the AI programs. Seriously speaking. And very few professors would tell the difference if you just adjusted your there. So that is the beginning of massive way of using technology for people to become self-empowered on the continent. However, there is a difference. We cannot leave that to randomness, okay? Because you need to fit into something in order to leapfrog, to make progress. So what we do need, if you want to call us the African Brain Center, all of us together in this room, we need to curate, who's got an interest in certain areas and how we can support them, who's got an interest in other areas. I'm talking in the informal skills-based sectors, and that, if we do that, then we really build up, the African continent. I mean, one important stat about Africa people forget is that Africa's GDP is $2.4 trillion at the moment, right? With about just over 1 billion people. But only 5 countries make up 1.2 trillion of that GDP. And which means the other, how much, 52 minus 5, if you do your maths on that, means all the rest make up only $1.2 trillion. Now, that's great inequality within Africa itself. We also have to find ways of fixing that kind of inequality. I came from a humble beginning, but in my generation, education was your way out of poverty. Becoming a doctor was like the way out of poverty, right, at the time. And a lot of people still believe that today. A lot of people believe that education, the more you're educated, the more it's your way out of poverty. And in a way, it's true, because, I became a doctor, medical doctor, which gave me a little bit of a step up. I kind of became middle class, so to speak. And from there, I could then, after 10 years of being a doctor and a specialist, go on to, start becoming an entrepreneur. And so, it's a bit of everything. I think we must, as I say to everyone, we must take the best of the East and the West and the North and the South. Mm-hmm. And we must take what is good for us, rather than saying, that's great, and that's be exclusive to each of those. If we do that, and we have that kind of mindset, I think Africa's going to be great. I mean, we got to have that kind of mindset.
Okay, great. Thanks. I think we're over time. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. We are running late, so we shall start right now because we have been joined by the Honorable Minister Legione, and we are here to have a discussion about the global African diaspora. My apologies. We're here to have a discussion about the global African diaspora and opportunities that it presents for talent, trade, higher education, and innovation. Because our time here is limited, we are going to welcome all of you without too much drama, and we are going to start right away with the questions that we have this afternoon. We want to make sure that you know the talent that is talking to you about African diaspora questions and why they have a lot of expertise to share. So I will ask the panelists, and I will start with you, Honorable Minister Lejone. Could you share with us the highlights of your experience and what you believe to be the biggest opportunity for the African diaspora today? Honorable Minister.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. I'm currently serving the Mountain Kingdom as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I'm also serving in the African Union as the member of the Executive Council, being the forum of the foreign ministers in the AU. Before joining the government, I have been the Senior Manager for Risk, Governance and Compliance for the Revenue Authority of Lesotho. I have also been the Chairman of the Board for the Institute of Directors of Lesotho, and I have also served in the African Corporate Governance Network as a board member. And finally, I've also served as the board member for the Lesotho Electricity Company and as the chairman of that board. Yes. So generally, my background is mostly in governance, and like you're saying, the African diaspora community. We've got a diaspora community outside the continent, but remember, we also have the diaspora community within the continent, because we've got Africans that are living and working in other countries rather than their countries of origin. And indeed, we might say we've got around 200 million of African diaspora out there, but the number is more than that. For instance, from my country, Lesotho only, the population in the country is less than the diaspora community outside Lesotho. So the diaspora community is huge, it's immense. And if we can establish or review our institutional frameworks to engage and to mobilize and integrate the diaspora resources that we have, we've got immense resources to invest in Africa. Thank you very much, my sister.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we will get to what those frameworks will look like that have to be put in place in order to take advantage of the diaspora. I'm going to move on to you, Vanessa.
Thank you. Thank you, sister. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Vanessa Roux. I'm the Africa Director of a multinational company based in France. I have 20 years of experience in each side of the coin. I've served the Japanese government. I served the American government. I served also multinational based in Africa, Ghana, Gabon, Cameroon, all Central Africa and West Africa. And now I was a returnee, and now I am a diaspora, part of the diaspora, because I'm based in France. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And now over to you, Queen Imina.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Queen Imina Lure Ahmad. I am so thankful to be coming here all the way from Oakland, California today. I am a global change maker. I'm a recording artist, educational leader, and cultural ambassador. I have been working, continuing the legacy started by my parents who were Pan-Africanists and are Pan-Africanists, reconnecting the African diaspora to Africa and working to mobilize the African diaspora to reconnect with the African Union. In that work, I started in 2012, helping to mobilize the African diaspora in America and the Caribbean to join the framework that the African Union has set out for outlining the African diaspora as the sixth region of Africa and all that it entails, really focusing on engaging us in arts and education and culture to work with governmental structures. I'm also currently a board member with Black Professionals in International Affairs, BPIA. And so we work with connecting the dots between African leaders, American leaders who are of African descent, and our global community. So really grateful for this convening and looking forward to making it come forth with meaning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And to my co-moderator, Tarisai.
Lovely to meet all of you. My name is Tarisai Grande. I was born in Zimbabwe and I grew up in England. I have had a multifaceted career in government, corporate, and nonprofit in Asia, South America, as well as Africa. Over the last 20 years, I've worked in Silicon Valley, both on the corporate side, as well as establishing organizations that have been creating the bridge between Africa and Silicon Valley. And then most recently, I have launched my own venture company called Cultivate Ventures. That's my experience.
Excellent. And we shall talk about that in the context of how investment and capital mobility from the diaspora to Africa can be further encouraged. And I neglected to start with my name, Lydia Kemunto-Bosire. I'm the founder and CEO of 8B Education Investments. We are in the business of financing African students to study in global universities. So very actively building the diaspora because of all of the reasons that we think that that is valuable. I'm also a senior advisor with the Africa House, and I'm really excited to be having this discussion. I'm going to start with a governmental perspective, and therefore, Minister Lejeune, back to you again. We pride ourselves on the African continent for just how much remittances we receive from the diaspora. And at the moment, the total amount of remittances received is higher than official development assistance and foreign direct investment combined. Yeah. What are you doing in Lesotho to further cultivate this diaspora for which we have no embassies and red carpets, unlike what we do for our FDI and ODA providers, and yet they're such a key part of keeping our economies growing?
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. Like I earlier said, the diaspora community is a large community. And indeed, on the issue of the remittances, our countries, including my country, Lesotho, we are doing so well to ensure that we facilitate the remittances. Even at the African Union level, there's an institution called the African Institute for Remittances to facilitate the remittances. But the question is that enough? Because the diaspora community, think about someone who's staying in the US from Lesotho, who wants to invest in Lesotho. Is there adequate frameworks to ensure that investment can happen in Lesotho? It's not so easy. So we need some institutional frameworks. For instance, we are working and we are ready as the government of Lesotho to host the first African Diaspora Investment Forum in Africa to facilitate and enable that we have got the African Diaspora Investment Fund, because that will be the framework, that will be an institution that can aggregate all the funds from the diaspora community to bring them together, to establish an institutional framework that can invest on behalf of the Africans in diaspora in Africa. Africa has got the land, very fertile land, to produce the food. But currently, Africa is importing food worth over $50 billion. So every morning when an African child wakes up, is a market. Africa has got the natural resources. We extract the natural resources from Africa. We export them. They come back very expensive. Mm-hmm. So we need those African resources to aggregate them, to ensure that we've got institutions that can add value in those natural resources and ensure that we export them with their value added. So those are the institutions that I believe we can establish. Lastly, we've got the professors coming from Africa all over the world. We need to establish the African Online University to ensure that we access all those resources wherever they are. We don't necessarily have to bring them home, but we have to access all those professors wherever they are and ensure that we build the education system within Africa. Thank you very much, my sister.
Thank you so much. So framework for investment, human capital dimension, as well as your offer to host this first diaspora investment conference. I believe the Africa House is taking note of those commitments and may well be following up with you on that. Over to you, Tarisha.
Yes, and that's wonderful to hear. I'd love to learn a little bit more around national policies for wider engagement with the diaspora. So you obviously talked about the whole remittances and other engagements around investment. Can you just share with us more detail around that?
All right, thank you very much, my sister. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Lesotho, we have got the department responsible for the diaspora community. Secondly, in Lesotho, we were the first in the SADC region to establish the Basotho Diaspora Association. So as the government of Lesotho, we have facilitated that our diaspora, we know where they are, we know who they are. And we are also engaging those diaspora, especially the professionals, to bring back those skills back at home. And another initiative that we're doing is we have got the Diaspora Homecoming event. We hosted the first one in 2023, and we intend to host the second one in this first quarter of 2025. Those are some of the initiatives that we're doing to ensure that we have got a full diaspora engagement. And we've also established the diaspora engagement policy and communication strategy in the Mountain Kingdom. Thank you very much, my sister.
Thank you so much. And so the next question is going to go to you, Queen Imina. How do we grow Africa literacy in our diaspora communities so that we can have more effective ambassadorship about the African continent? If you can draw on your experiences and tell us what you've seen work, we'd be grateful.
Excellent. So through my work in the African diaspora, helping especially with African-centered education and building education frameworks in Oakland, California, where I'm born and raised, I'm the co-founder and director of African American Female Excellence. We are the first ever district-wide initiative focused on supporting the success of Black girls from an African-centered perspective that's citywide. And so in what we do is that we go within the public school systems and make sure that we create Black girl-centered daily classes and also support groups for students to learn about their heritage, their culture, and to see themselves. And so especially in the West, looking at in America, Latin America, the Caribbean, the diaspora as a word is very expansive, and people I find are defining it in different ways. We have the first diaspora of people who came to America and were enslaved, who were brought from many different African countries, and we can't exactly say where exactly we're from, but we know that we're of African descent. And so I really encourage African governments, such as Ghana is starting to do this, Sierra Leone is doing this, but creating frameworks that allow pathways for us to be formally engaged in what African countries are building, and really being able to identify us as part of the diaspora. Also looking at the second wave of diasporans, of descendants who are coming from places like Gabon, like Zimbabwe, like Lesotho, where you can directly trace your origins, but having pathways to where even if you were not born there, you still know that you have a place and a home there. So really working to, one, make sure that we see ourselves in our culture and in our educational frameworks. A lot of education systems throughout Africa still have work to be done in terms of being decolonized. A lot of the framework and the curriculum that's there doesn't reflect the direct heritage and culture of the majority of the population. A lot of that heritage and culture that's reflected is that of the West. And so I do encourage African governments to put resources into ensuring that their youth can see themselves, can be proud of their heritage and their culture, so that they're inspired to come home and not just continue to feed the pipeline of brain drain that is really sucking a lot of the talent and the brilliance that could be investing in building Africa, but really putting pathways together to bring them back home. So education is very important, but also us making sure that we have a culturally relevant framework so that our youth are inspired to come back and really see who they are, so that they know and have a better understanding of who they can be. And so that's the kind of work that we're doing in America, because African Americans especially have been disconnected from our culture and heritage for the past 500 years. And so it's very important for us to take steps for us to relearn who we are. And so once our youth know that, we've been able to increase reading scores by over 20% with youth who have been getting daily African-centered classes from a culturally relevant framework. Youth having study exchange programs, really making legal pathways to where we can start to own land, we can start to create businesses, we can go to universities and do exchange programs, not just students from Africa coming to American universities and colleges, but students from America going to African universities and contributing there when we've had opportunities to do that. If we look at Ethiopia, that was one of the first places that African Americans were able to go in the 20s and 30s. When Ethiopia was fighting Italy, what African Americans brought there in terms of their skills with aviation and knowledge is what helped found Ethiopian Airlines today. And so it's really important, again, I can't reiterate it enough, for there to be formalized pathways made for that, so that all facets of the diaspora can be recognized and can have clear pathways to legally be part of the framework and build in the future of Africa.
Really quickly before I pass it on to Tarisa, Vanessa, most of the time you're finding yourself being a translator.
Yes.
Initially of the global companies in the African context, and now in the context of Africa within a multinational company in France. Could you tell us a bit about that experience?
Yes, thank you for that. It's a good one. What I've noticed over the last 20 years working, both in the corporate government and between Africa and the Western world, there's a communication gap. There's definitely a communication gap because there's an international way of doing business. There's an international way of trading, of diplomacy, whatever. But we don't, and we have the same path because I've traveled, as of today, I think I've toured 50% of Africa. I've toured more than 20 countries in Africa. And we have one similarity. In every country where I go, we have the same way of thinking, of doing things, which is different from the rest of the world. So there's a communication gap that we need to work on it. We need, first of all, to face it, to say, okay, where do we go? How can we, if we want to address the diaspora, for example, the diaspora live overseas, they have a certain way of thinking, which is completely different from the African way of thinking. I'm not saying that one is higher, superior than the other. I'm just saying that there's a communication gap that we have to work on. And also jumping on what Queen was saying earlier, we need to work also on communication between African countries, because as of today, for example, I had the opportunity to learn at GIPS for an executive program in South Africa because of Harvard Business School. Otherwise, as a Gabonese, how do I go to learn, to another African university, for example, where when you know that even to get a visa among African countries, it's a nightmare. There's a hurdle for that. So we need to we need to start talking, have a communication between African countries and to work on this also intra-diaspora. Thank you.
Yeah, I love how both your inputs tie into some experiences that I've had. So two things. One being a diasporan who moved from the West and actually moved back to Africa to work. And a lot of the challenges that I saw my Western counterparts going through, because from their side, there's always, as we were talking earlier, there is a European way of doing business. There's a Japanese way of doing business, but it's almost as if we haven't had permission to allow an African way of doing things, of doing business, so to speak. For example, I won't name which country and which leadership I was working with, but I almost had to, you kind of engage with them in a way that, I've kind of learned just from being with my family, and that helped unlock a lot of the challenges that we're going through. And also helping my colleagues understand that don't look at it as a stumbling block, but that this is just how business is done in these worlds. And then one final thing I'd connect to what you're mentioning about the whole cultural aspect. So interestingly, we just found out that Queen Amina and we live down the road from each other. But I sit on the board of a nonprofit organization in California that is introducing African culture into local schools at the elementary level. And what we've seen is that typically a lot of children in America will learn about perhaps South American culture, they'll learn about Asian culture, but they never learn about African culture. And I feel like for that next generation, it really is critical, right? That we engage really early. And also even the fact that the city of Livermore, for example, which is down the road, has now adopted, in conjunction with this organization, an annual Taste of Africa Festival that has been running for the last 15 years. So for me, I think all of these things are some of the soft power that we have to exert in the world.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask a question that is in some ways trying to provoke a debate between Minister Lejeune and Queen Aimina. Queen Aimina, you mentioned that we should be wary of brain drain because our young people should be at home fixing things. I happen to be a very avid supporter of brain drain because my work is saying smart young African students who may not have enough opportunities where you are in Kenya and Lesotho, when you do not have parents that are wealthy enough to pay your way to Georgia Tech, or you're not lucky enough to get a scholarship, we will be your bank. We will give you the loan that will allow you to go to Georgia Tech, and you will pay back when you're working at Goldman Sachs. Do you know what that does? It allows there to be a Lesotho student who goes and works in Goldman Sachs and sends remittances that Minister Lejeune is going to organize through his commitment to help us organize diaspora investments in the continent. So on the one hand, we are wary about the mobility of young Africans. On the other, we are very excited about the outcome of that mobility. Do you see that as a tension? And I will ask that to you, Minister Lejeune. Do you find yourself in tension between actively motivating young people to pursue their ambitions wherever they might be realized, knowing that as African countries, our capacity for enabling enough jobs to meet the young people we're putting in the labor market just isn't there? And if we're honest, we will not be there for some time. And therefore, we have to be intentional about enabling our young people to have global opportunities. Is there a tension between that and that worry around the eggshells of brain drain, that we have to be very careful not to be seen to be supporting brain drain? Over to you, Minister Lejeune.
No, thank you very much, my sister. Yeah, first of all, as the government, you need to have a policy to balance between the two, because one, every country needs that experience. You need an experience of your people to go and feel how other countries are doing, and then bring back that skill into your own country. But also, you don't want all of them to go at a go and not be able to serve your own country. So you need to have policies that balances between the two. And let me tell you one thing: if you are an African child, you go and experience what is done in France, what is done in the US, and you are brave enough to say, I'm going back to my country. You're going to be a better person in that country. You're going to promote your own country. Mm-hmm. Indeed, for someone to go out and stay there forever, as the government, we are weary, and we need all those resources, not just remittances. Remember, I talked about the investment frameworks. Yes, we will need those remittances to maintain the families and pay school fees. But I would like to see the African diaspora community investing meaningfully in their own continent. Yeah. In Lesotho, there is renewable energy opportunity, because we are currently driving that agenda rigorously. But is there a single African child anywhere in the world who can invest meaningfully in that industry? No. But as a collective, when you've got African Diaspora Investment Fund, whereby all the funds are aggregated together, we will be able to invest in Lesotho. We'll be able to invest in DRC. We'll be able to invest in Togo. So we need to balance between the two.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think another way to think about it is, if you have 10 people studying in the UK and one comes back, on average, if you have 100, it's 10 that are coming back. It's then the numbers, they don't have to be more percentage-wise, but as a total number, you have more resources that are coming home. And something else that we know to be true is that for the African entrepreneurs, the data shows that African entrepreneurs who raised over $1 million in 2022, and I believe that data is still going to be valid today, the proportion that had a degree abroad was well over 70%. And in markets outside the South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, that number is more like 96%. So there is great value in that brain circulation and the balance that you say. So Queen Aimina, just pushing you on that brain drain, because I think some of the conversations we've been having at the Africa House is that what are the received wisdoms that we all need to be challenging? What are the ideas that are out there that we sort of lean into without having asked, is that really serving Africa? If you talk to the National Talent Export Agency within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Nigeria, they are actively promoting talent exports. So how do we balance that idea of brain drain with what African governments and people might want for themselves?
Yeah, well, it is a complex issue. You bringing up Nigeria, right? That really brought to mind in terms of a lot of the more recent data that I've been seeing from Nigeria in terms of them being in crisis right now with their health sector. And in Nigeria, if you look out in the world, even in America, the majority of Black doctors in America right now are Nigerian. But in Nigeria, there is a shortage of doctors, there's a shortage of nurses, and that's critically impacting the population there. So it is a thing of there is a very real issue in terms of our youth having access to tangible opportunities right now. And I don't want to downplay that, because that is a very serious thing in terms of youth having so much talent and then that talent wasting away in their home countries. We don't want to see that. But additionally, if we look at the long-term range effect, if we don't have our people in our countries building out things now, who is going to build it out? Yeah. Where is our society going to be if Nigeria, the most populous Black country in the world, the most populous country in Africa, has a critical shortage of essential services? Where does that leave the population in terms of the youth even being able to have essential resources to be able to make it to adulthood and make it to their next level? So I agree with what the Honorable Minister said in terms of there needs to be a balance of policies. But I also do want to, again, encourage African leaders, African countries, African people to not be dependent on exporting your talent to the West. And also in terms of recognizing the fact that remittances are a very powerful and viable source in the economy right now, but that's not a sustainable source. That's something that is not necessarily invested in terms of like you're able to get immediate ROI on that. That's more for helping your relatives being able to sustain themselves. I know in Jamaica, I have to send a lot of remittances home to my family, and that a lot of that goes to their upkeep, but it doesn't automatically go to building and growing and fostering growth in Jamaica that gives us long-term and long-range prosperity. And so that's something that I do hope that we can continue to just find creative ways to balance in our policies and our practices, and also in our culture, not building a culture where you have African youth, their number one dream is to leave Africa and go to the West, but their number one dream is to build a better world where they are. And that starts with, you may have to make some sacrifices. You may have to do some different, unique type of planning, but it is something that we need for if we look at the next 100 years, where will our society be?
Yeah, absolutely. That's so important. Thinking about the critical needs within the country and having, back to borrow the Honorable Minister's language, frameworks that enable potentially temporary mobility, seeking places where your talents are best rewarded at the moment, even knowing that in the long term, there is circulation back home. Really, it's a brain circulation framework that we need that in the context of healthcare workers does not lead to services that cannot be offered, but at the same time knowing that sometimes you have governments that are not in a position to actually pay the expertise that they have. So it's all such a balancing act. Vanessa was going to jump in, and we have a few minutes, and so we thought if people had burning questions from the audience while Vanessa is talking, if you can formulate your questions, we would be happy to take them. Vanessa.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to jump on that question of brain drain and the health sector, because I was the West Africa director of one of the top leading pharmaceutical group in the world. And my experience as a diaspora, as an African, is also to raise awareness. And I succeed to raise awareness of my group, to work on those questions, those issues on brain drain and also on education. Because what we have realized that, for example, a lot of nurses, as an example, or even surgeons, when they're going abroad, to get trained, sometimes they don't want to come back, right? Why are they going to get trained overseas? Because there's a lack of education on the ground. So I work on a project to convince my group to work on a solution to build center of excellences in Nigeria, because we were talking about Nigeria at this time, in Nigeria, to build center of excellences, because Nigeria has a geopolitical asset between two regions, West Africa and Central Africa, right? Mm-hmm. And if you make an addition of all the healthcare practitioners in West Africa, we reach like 1 million people working in the health sector in West Africa, meaning that this is a business also. This is a business that there's a return on invest. So if you invest on education, you will get your revenues, right? And you will empower the local practitioners. You will skill them so that they can upgrade, the healthcare system and sector. So that was
absolutely. And I think the investment in local architecture that enables, or infrastructure that enables the human capital flourishing is absolutely essential. Did anyone have a burning question? Yes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jasmine Goodman. I'm a visiting professor at Clark Atlanta. And my question is, I'm curious to know your vision for the relationship between HBCUs and what's happening on the continent. Do you see any opportunities there to either bring some of that talent there or vice versa? And I'll open that up to
as a Spelman alumni, fellow AHC person. I definitely am happy to just jumpstart on that. I think HBCUs have been a great leader in terms of one being the first places that African students coming to America were able to attend. If we look at Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, they attended HBCUs when they were getting their first education, which allowed them to bring that back to their countries and their regions. So that opened up great pathways. I think that there are a high propensity of African and Caribbean students that come to HBCUs now. There is definitely, I feel like there can be greater growth in terms of HBCUs and African universities connecting and having direct partnerships. That's something I would love to see. I'm involved in my alumni association, and that is something that we promote and we push. There are also just a lot of factors in terms of HBCUs, right, having paths to sustainability and growth and resources. And I think being innovative in terms of how we directly engage with African universities is great. So I would love to see how, the Atlanta University Center could make some headway with Lesotho, since we have our honorable minister here, but really connecting African institutions to historically Black colleges and universities in America is going to be a great step forward in the future. So would love to see that. I'm an advocate for that.
Absolutely. I would add one more thing to that. As part of my work, one of the things that we find really essential is the coming demographic cliff in America, and the fact that universities across the board are going to be affected, those who rely on tuition dollars. And if you're an historically Black college and university, you don't compete as easily for students coming from India and China, which is where the majority of the spots that aren't filled by national students go. You can compete for students coming from Nigeria and Kenya. And so to help historically Black colleges and universities thrive in being very active in opening those pathways between African students and universities to HBCUs is essential, not least because culturally there is affinity and they are significantly more affordable generally compared to other universities. And you can continue strengthening US, Africa, diaspora Africa relations. So that's something that is really important, particularly in this time geopolitically where the global African diaspora story is not having its best day. And so there are ways of going back to the historical heydays when really that was the mecca for Black thought, and go back there and make sure that that's how we are training future African leaders for all industries while helping the HBCUs thrive. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to add one quick thing. I think there's something to be said about how a move to Africa is perceived. I think sometimes people feel as if you either move back to Africa or moving to Africa, your quality of life will be lower. which is actually not the case. Because when I relocated to Africa, everyone thought I was crazy because we would happily move to Singapore, would happily move to other parts of the world. So I think perhaps part of it too is, in addition to all the policies, how do we make moving to Africa attractive?
Absolutely.
Let me make just a little addition on at least what Vanessa also said. Moving back to Africa, it has to be facilitated, right? When you are in employment outside Africa, we need to have very clear frameworks that you sustain your living standard wherever you are, but we don't only focus also on the remittances. We also have a framework that will be investor-led framework on the remuneration systems, such that wherever you're still working and earning your monthly salaries, a certain portion is still invested on your behalf in Africa, such that you're not only relying on the salary, but you're also becoming an investor in your own country. When you go back home, you have got an investment, a tangible investment in Africa, and you're no longer just relying on what you're going to earn.
Yeah. That would be wonderful if we can get frameworks like those. Yes, I think there was one more question from a gentleman here, and then we shall wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to know, Honorable Minister stated that his government has a communication strategy for approaching their diaspora. I would like to know what kind of strategy is that approaching your country people in diaspora. And secondly, is African Union, all of them together, do they have a communication strategy approaching their diaspora? The other question is, do you know how many percent of the diaspora, African diaspora, has returned back to their origin country and are now engaged there in their countries? Thank you.
So I think, Honourable Minister, you may start with that one. And I think as we're giving those, if we could combine it with some closing remarks on, what are the things, if we were to be back here in January of next year, what is the one thing you would have done to advance the Africa diaspora agenda? So in addition to answering any aspect of the question, if you could give me some thoughts on that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, first of all, let me say to you, on an annual basis, we go to an AU meeting, the General Assembly. The bulk of the issues that we discuss in the AU is the conflicts in Africa.
Yes.
Very little engagement on economic development of Africa. Yeah. And if we can establish and have got that economic development agenda for Africa, have a forum, have a summit on economic development on Africa. And I can tell you, one of the greatest pillars of economic development in Africa is the diaspora community. That's where you will have all these frameworks being formulated, being followed up. The diaspora communication strategy, yes, in Lesotho we have got a diaspora communication strategy. We have developed that strategy in conjunction with the IOM, International Organization for Migration. And indeed, like I said, we have established what is called the Basotho Diaspora Association. That is one of the greatest modes of communication between the government of Lesotho and the diaspora community, because there's an executive committee that is in charge with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whatever is happening to the diaspora community, I know it immediately because of the Diaspora Association that we have established. Lastly, like I said, we have established the Diaspora Homecoming event. We are facilitating that event as the Minister of Foreign Affairs in collaboration with the private sector to bring them home in December and to talk with them, to engage with them, know their issues, know the opportunities that are there in Lesotho, and see how we can facilitate our engagement between the diaspora community and the government of Lesotho, as well as the private sector. So every year when we meet, we do a follow-up on the last year's meeting, and then we've got the plans ahead. So that's how we are dealing with it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Vanessa, what will you have done differently to advance the diaspora agenda by this time next year?
By this time next year, I hope that maybe I will relocate to Africa. Back to Africa. Thank you.
They will issue you a special word.
That's right. I'm with her.
Yeah, of course.
Queen Amina?
Definitely. Few things. One is working with the African Union to clearly identify representatives within the African diaspora to formally engage as the sixth region of Africa. So that is one thing. There's a lot of mobilization happening, and I'd love to see that come into fruition. Two is relocating back to Africa. I used to live in Africa, moved back to the US, but actually would love to be reestablished in Africa more full time. So looking forward to that. Thank my honorable minister in advance. And then also just three, taking the educational work that we do in Oakland to more cities throughout the United States, but also through the world, because it is very important for all students to have culture and education that reflects their ancestry, who they are, so they know that who they can be.
Thank you so much. And Sarisai?
Same thing also becomes Tswana. But in addition to that, I think actually engaging more with diasporans who aren't actively participating in this discussion is one commitment that I'll make. And I think the other one is also making much more concrete commitments with African governments on how we can help support from the outside.
Excellent. So let me finish with a really quick story that illustrates the importance of the diaspora and the brain circulation that I was talking about earlier. Kenyan-led fund out of New York was trying to get an investor, it's a Kenyan American-led fund out of New York, was trying to get an investor group to go visit Nigeria. They were comfortable to go to Kenya because the person leading it was Kenyan, but they were really hesitant to go to Nigeria until this Kenyan leader of that fund told them, you know, the governor of the central bank in Nigeria is a former Goldman Sachs guy. When that point was made, the investor group's question wasn't, do we want to go? Do we not want to go? It's how quickly can we go? When can we go? Because now we trust that person. They're one of us. We know who they are. And that, I think, is the power of the diaspora and the brain circulation, the possibilities it can open for investments, for trade, for connection, for university relationships. And that's why we believe that this is so powerful and we want to be doing more to encourage it. So thank you to the Africa House for enabling this discussion to happen. We will follow up with the Honorable Minister on his various commitments and with our various speakers as well. And we are quite late for the next session. So I thank you all. Those who are staying on, please do. We have a full round table. And so the discussion is going to be very interesting, but also very succinct. Everybody's responses will be. The topic is a timely one because everywhere you look, you are told about how young Africa is the youngest, will be filling global jobs. If you're in the business of 18 to 23-year-olds like universities are, you need to be building pipelines to the African continent. So everywhere you look, there are statistics about the African youth, and many of them are causing concerns around what does this mean for migration? What does it mean for jobs? And what does it mean is a question we should be asking for opportunity. How is this an investable opportunity for people who are looking at what's coming around the corner? So the Africa House, in their wisdom, are putting their weight behind an initiative we're calling the 50 by 35 initiative. And this is the first time you will be hearing about it, and hopefully not the last. You will be hearing it for the coming decade, because the ambition of the 50 by 35 initiative is to enable young Africa to be the powerhouse, the source of innovation and productivity for the world, for the demographic transition that is coming. But that ability for the African young people to fill those positions that will be emerging because of talent gaps in the aging rich world, that capacity to bridge that gap is not going to happen automatically. We actually have to invest in it. We have to invest in the future energy systems modelers and the future software engineers and the various positions that will be arising across the global labor market. We have to be very intentional about making investments on the African continent today that enable us to be filling those positions in the future. And what else we have to remember is that the 5-year-olds of today, who are all, they've been born, they have names, they're in preschool, will be the 30-year-olds of 2050, the time when in the global labor market, 1/3 of that labor market is going to be African. So then we're not just talking about at the sharp end of the stick, making sure that we are training our university students through the kind of work that Daphne and many of you, Hugh Brady here with Imperial College are doing to make sure they're entrepreneurs and engineers, but also making sure that the 5-year-olds and the 17-year-olds are also being part of this pipeline that will enable Africa to meet this historic opportunity where the talent will be on the continent and the opportunities will be elsewhere. So to have this conversation, we had an oversubscription of interest. And so there are a few people who are sitting in the audience, and obviously we have some here. Even if we look like a panel, we're going to be a round table-ish, so really short, punchy responses. And to make sure that everybody is aware of who is in the room, we're going to start with you, Paul Russo, a really quick summary of what work you do, how it furthers Africa being the innovation workforce for the 21st century, and then we will just pass that right on. So quickly telling us who you are, what you do, and how it advances the agenda.
Thank you. My name is Paul Russo, the Group Chief Executive Officer, KCB Group. KCB Group is a financial services entity out of Kenya, operates in 7 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, a rep office in Ethiopia, and DRC, and Belgium, with a rep office in Belgium. As you know, Lydia, we've been a catalyst for transformation beginning out of Kenya. What we are known particularly for the youth is through our Tujiajiri program. To date, we've trained and upskilled 70,000 young people, working in partnership with MasterCard Foundation, GTZ, the technical arm of Germany Development Agency, bringing opportunities, particularly through technical programs for youth. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Paul. Daphne.
My name is Daphne Kiss. I'm the president of World Quant University, a global not-for-profit. It's focused on developing, quantitative data science AI skills. We have, at any given time, about 20,000 students on our platform, 40% of whom are on the continent. Our mantra is that talent's equally distributed, opportunity is not, and we're trying to bring opportunity to the talent. Just one thing that's important to note in this context is that our stats in Africa, first of all, we've had 70% growth over the last year, and most of that growth has been on the continent. We have students in every country, obviously weighted more in those with larger populations, but have a huge uptick of interest and are teaching these middle-level skills. And we are fully accredited, again, free to students, trying to break down the barriers of geography and access. And Lydia is, I'm proud to say, on my advisory board. So,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you.
So I'm Paulo. I'm 19 years old. I work as an analyst at Ubuntu Tribe. So I'm 19 years old. Obviously, I'm still a student at university. As a 19-year-old and from Africa, I take part in a society called EDEC for African Business. Particularly me, I'm in a business hub member. So basically we organize conferences within the campus to promote and celebrate African culture and business. So for example, we participated in a conference September 2024 about FDIs in Africa with board members of the FGIS, so an hedge fund of Gabon, and also with Apple Group and the EU and Africa Chamber of Commerce. And also I'm currently creating a network to basically gather all Angolan students around the world to gather knowledge and basically build a network within young Angolans.
Thank you so much.
microphone.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Great to see you. My name is Peter Drobak. I am the CEO of Crucible, a social startup that aims to be the pipeline that Lydia was just talking about. We aspire to build a network, a massive network of secondary school leadership academies that can identify the brightest and most promising teenagers across the continent, wherever they come from, and actively recruit and give them a shot at world-class education, regardless of backgrounds or need. We have a first school opening up in Lusaka, Zambia, with 30 students who have been recruited from every corner of the country. And it's just the beginning. We want to have 100 schools 20 years from now and are looking for your ideas, help, and support. So come talk to me about Crucible. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Peter. Lisbeth.
Hi, I'm Lisbeth Stier. I am the former director of the Global Education Commission, which was a commission led by Gordon Brown, who's the UN Special Envoy, trying to make the case for investment in education across the board. More recently, I've joined an organization that actually tries to bring this message to the climate community. How can we get the people who are thinking about climate and the green economy to really care about investing in the human capital that will make that possible? And I work with an organization called Systemic, which is an advisory firm that works with governments and the private sector, and also with a national park in Africa and Mozambique to look at the links between human capital and conservation.
Thank you so much. Hugh?
Take a microphone, please.
Oh, you do.
I'm not that lucky. Good evening. I'd just like to say this is the largest panel I've ever been.
Yeah, that's right.
Nearly more panelists than audience members. A pleasure to be here. I've had the pleasure of being president of Imperial College London for 3 years, but most of my career was in comprehensive universities, predominantly Harvard Medical School and then 2 other UK and Irish universities. What really excites me about and has excited me about Imperial is that it's quite different for those of you who don't know it, in that its focus is STEM B, so natural sciences, medicine, engineering, and business. So quite different to comprehensive universities. It's a community of problem solvers, if I was to define it. And what I really noticed from everything from open days to talking to students and staff, so innovation, absolutely part of the DNA of the institution. So this is really timely for us. We just went through an interesting strategy process over the last year, and I hope you will all read our new strategy called Science for Humanity, because innovation is absolutely center stage. And one of the fundamental questions we ask ourselves is how do we bring more of the world to Imperial, but also more of Imperial to the world? And of course, Africa being a major part of that equation. So where can we contribute to this agenda, particularly around the talent pipeline, particularly around collaboration around deep science and deep tech, and then innovation and entrepreneurship. And to really scale this, just in the last year, we've opened a hub in Accra, in West Africa, in Ghana, West Africa. Again, because the challenge, I think, for a university like Imperial is we've lots of collaborations with different countries in Africa, which are fantastic and really important. But how do you scale it so that it is a win-win for both sides? I'll be happy to talk more about that during the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hugh. Ludovic.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Ludovic Claude. I was born in Cameroon, so I kind of relate to Francophone Africa side of a continent. So I'm a founder of Aquafuel. Aquafuel on a mission to facilitate access to safe drinking water in Francophone Africa. So this year I'm going to be joining an incubator in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. This actually, what I like about M Studio, which is the incubator, is the fact that actually they want the risk project. So what they do, they kind of want to replicate business model that has worked in East Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, to replicate it in Francophone Africa, because a lot of funding gap going toward kind of like that region of Francophone Africa versus Anglophone Africa. So that's what I really like about it. I'm very excited to actually be able to develop the water distribution business there. And what is also important, because actually the project will help local informal entrepreneur in order to become formal. So that would create jobs and also train local staff as well. So I'm really excited. If you have any question, don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you so much. And Ludo is also an alumni of New College, Oxford, so we share that in common. Over to you.
Thank you, Lydia. Good evening, everyone. I'm Gabriel Serbut. I'm 20 years old, analyst, economic and finance at Ubuntu Tribe with Paulo, just here. I am also studying at EDEC, finance and CIB. Besides that, we are also in an association called EDEC for African Business, trying to bring the African business inside our campus and how we can leverage African talent in universities. We organized something called the African Career Day, which was the first African event focused on African companies in France. So we bring different companies like AGL, we bring construction companies called Caden, who was searching for auditors, for marketing analysts, and all of different talents that were in France studying. And we just make the bridge between the student and the companies there.
Thank you so much. And I will pass the mic on to Sheikh because he was supposed to be on the panel. There wasn't enough space, but he told me earlier that we are the largest company you've never heard of, and they have a gap of 3 million jobs for the people who use their services. And when I'm in a context of Africa where jobs are what we need, we want to hear from you, Sheikh. So over to you, really quickly.
The whole goal was to hide on this side and not speak. No, so my name is Sheikh Kamara. I'm the Vice President and Managing Director for ServiceNow Africa. We have a very simple mission as a company, which is to impact the lives of 1 billion people. And through that work, we also have a massive talent gap of about 3 million people. So I've been working very closely with universities, community-based organizations to figure out how do we train as many people as possible, but not just train, but work with universities to create a curriculum in such a way that when they graduate, they get jobs, right? Having the degree without the job doesn't help you. So having a partner in such a way that you create a pipeline directly from that school, either to ServiceNow directly or to one of our partners, is kind of what I've been focused on.
Thank you so much. And Umaima, do you want to grab a microphone over there and say something really quick? Yes.
It's just unclear to me. Like, do you have 3 million vacancies? Do you are these actual real vacancies, or is that
correct?
They're real.
Yes, we can chat afterwards.
They're as big as Salesforce, but you probably haven't heard of them. And when they give their products to companies, they need implementation partners, and they need staffing workforce to help that implementation. And so if you're working with young Africans who have credentials but no jobs, please find Sheikh afterwards. And all of us here, I know, right? I was thinking of you, Daphne.
I have 1,500 accredited graduates with masters in financial engineering. Every one of them would love to work for you.
See, we'd make deals for you here. Yes. So if you grab a mic from the fantastic. Yes, Umaima.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Well done, Africa House, for putting this together. It's very, very nice. Lovely to be here with everyone. So my name is Omomi Imokwede, and I'm the founder of a creative technology company called Eviola & Co. And what we do is we build immersive digital experiences for learning, working, and everyday life. And we're using the power of extended reality. So we're developing in virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. We're based in Lagos, Nigeria. We're currently setting up our content creation studio, which is going to be equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, so software and hardware, to be able to enable the experiences and trainings for our subscribers, young African talent. And we're trying to definitely create a funnel, that can train talent to be the best that they can be on a world-class standard. We're also launching our MVP very soon, which is a creative technology platform that aggregates creators and allows them to trade all types of digital assets that they, tend to create after the process. And we're trying to find a way to be able to scale, what it is that we're doing within the facility. The way we've designed the curriculum, we're going to be able to train at least 1,620 people every year. But via the platform, we can definitely do like 1 million plus. And this is what we're working on.
Excellent. So from that, you can tell there is a wide variety of ways in which companies, organizations are working to enable young Africa to be the talent that feeds those opportunities that are arising. And it turns out we have a lot of other people who have loads of opportunities that we need to be feeding into. For myself, my work, I run a fintech platform that specializes in lending to African students who are going to global universities. So those who want a financial engineering degree and for some reason don't end up with Daphne's World Quant University and they want to be physically at NYU Stern, we would provide them a loan that would enable them, if they don't get a full scholarship from the school or don't have parents that are wealthy enough to afford it, we enable them then to move. And what that does is enable African student access to global labor markets. So if they come to the US, they go to the UK, if they are in the kinds of STEM B programs that you talked about here, that is a way for them to access the opportunity for education that is coupled with jobs because they're going into high demand areas. And so I want to lean into this, the opportunity of education that is connected with jobs and see what innovative new ways of collaborating and partnerships you have seen out there. So Sheikh, you are already working with universities to retailer what they do to fit your needs. Daphne, you have a gap and you're looking to get opportunities. Hugh, I want to hear how your commercialization of research is going in creating an opportunity between the researchers and creators and the researchers and scientists, say in Accra to the global market. So let's start perhaps with you, Daphne. Tell me what you're seeing in terms of opportunities for partnerships that allow that connection.
Right. So as I said, we currently have 20,000 students. Our ambition is to have 100,000 learners. We've reconfigured our platform leveraging technology, advanced technology, to create an immersive online experience for our students. Obviously, people need meaningful and internet access, but in our data science lab, for example, the learning happens inside a virtual machine. So in the cloud, where students get access and are building and developing projects. Very much applied project facing in the master's, machine learning for finance, Python, all the advanced tools that employers like you are using. My experience is, and we've developed an alum network, a discrete alum network, where all of our graduates right now, just from our master's program, are. And one of the most effective things we find is the peer-to-peer capability. So I think that's something that's really important in this dialogue, as you talk about the diaspora, as you talk about, which is that you have people who have an extraordinary amount of knowledge. And so now, sort of after they graduate for the programs and are working for companies, how do they let one another know that this is happening? How do they sort of virally advance one another? And then, of course, we have graduates who themselves have become entrepreneurs. We have several who have started funds and different advisory firms, et cetera, and are hiring graduates. So that peer-to-peer component is really important. For us to scale to 100,000, we are looking for partners to help us, not to run our operations, but but we have a very low cost in terms of providing the education, and it is very rigorous and comparable to many well-known institutions. But again, because we are just digitally native, though we have instructors, we have 25 instructors who are across our students and work with our students and are incredibly committed. But again, the barrier is low because our operational costs are significantly lower than any universities might be, and also because we're focused on the skills. So we develop curricula really quickly. So, which is one of the challenges, I think, is like, what is the need in 12 months from now? What's coming, all right? You can't take 2 years to develop a curriculum in data science or in AI, really, more importantly. Not in the world that we live in. So building an adaptive environment to update curricula is really important. But yes, the gap, and it seems to me there is a big gap on the continent in terms of people who have skills and then employment. Obviously, the amount of capital that's deployed, et cetera, to grow businesses, But there is a sort of like, you kind of want that organization, somebody to sort of weave and turn the thread into fabric.
Yeah.
And I think that's a challenge for everyone, both those who are looking for the talent and those that are looking for the
I
opportunity.
think that's the opportunity that Africa House is tapping into, which is, can we be the place that amplifies, makes visible, convenes the Daphnes and Sheikhs and others who are working in this space in order to create that fabric. Could you tell us, Hugh, about Imperial in Ghana and what partnerships have emerged in that context?
Very happy to. When we looked at establishing the West African hub in Accra first, I presumed actually that most of the collaboration that we were seeking to scale would be around deep science and deep tech. What I didn't anticipate actually was the appetite among our student body and the Ghanaian student body actually for innovation. And of course, the two go hand in hand. So over the past maybe 5 to 10 years, we've had very strong programs in areas such as digital diagnostics for infectious diseases that are technically relevant to Africa and also affordable. Plant-based vaccine design and production. Climate resilient, healthy cities. But the big surprise for me was when we asked the students what they really wanted, and this is in both London and in Accra, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I mean, it was absolutely writ large. So perhaps the most successful venture we've done is we have worked with the University of Ghana to take Imperial's enterprise lab, not replicate it because that'd be completely inappropriate, but to build a parallel enterprise lab in Accra, but with an African twist to it. So and really importantly, that it serves as an enterprise lab then for the wider West African region, which our colleagues, University of Ghana, have scaled up and done collaborative very, very quickly. What has been fantastic is one to see not just the appetite of the Ghanaian students, but actually our students in London can't get enough of it. So they want to understand not just the African market, but of course, so many of the really big challenges that they're interested in, whether that be water security, food security, or climate change, require technological solutions and need to be developed not just in London, but developed and applied elsewhere. Yeah. So it's that spectrum from the talent pipeline through to deep science, deep tech, through to tech-based innovation is, I suppose, where we see our sweet spot. What is the final thing I would say is, of course, those of us who are older in higher education probably constrained by thinking about historic boundaries and geographies. What's really amazing to see the students, because what we're trying to do is create an innovation bridge between London and West Africa. And I had the pleasure, I was in Accra about 3 months ago, visited with a group of 50 students, about 25 from London, 25 from West Africa. And I came out with my colleague Amanda, who's our Vice President for Strategic Engagement there at the back. He said, God, they must have been, how long have they been working at this? I presume it was months. 2 days. Oh, wow. 2 days. It was just fantastic to see how they gelled and the collective ambition. And certainly for me, that was inspiring.
No. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I believe one of the models the model that is so exciting is, as you said, taking Imperial to Africa, because even while we are really keen on making sure that African talent in the world can be as numerous as Indian tech talent in the world, right? Everywhere you look, there is an Indian student building the future of cloud computing. We want that to be true for African students, but scale requires this alternative way. And I'm excited that the innovative angle gets your students who are coming from London. I'm equally excited. Lisbeth, I'm a recovering diplomat. And one thing that I know about the world of diplomacy is that across the multilateral space, we have the capacity to put new agendas on the table, but it's all really, really slow. You worked on the Education Commission. We are thinking here about what does it require to mobilize $50 billion by 2035. That is what 50 by 35 at the Africa House is about. You have a lot of experience thinking about how to bring that level of ambition that the multilateral system has into reality to create real financing instruments that enable these things to happen. Could you talk a little bit about the partnerships, both from bilateral and multilateral entities, that can enable this kind of ambition to happen? What you've seen and what you'd like to see?
Well, thank you so much. And I would encourage you all to actually read the Jobs for the Future report that came out from the World Economic Forum, because it really solidifies what has been said here, where 60% of employers see skills gaps now as the major barrier for progress. Interestingly, a majority of them also look at public policy and public funding to come up with a solution. And this is a bit of a problem, because the experience that we've seen so far is that there is a lack of investment in education. And we have a huge problem in higher education in Africa at the moment. Participation in higher education stands at 9%. That's compared to 90% in most high-income countries. The same is for even vocational training, is low single digits, 1%, 2%, 3%. In high-income countries, it's much greater. So we need a massive effort. And I'm so inspired by hearing these great initiatives that are happening in many places, but there needs to be a master plan or a major Marshall Plan that orchestrates this at scale. And so that's where governments need to play a much bigger role, and that's where the international community also needs to play a major role. And I did spend quite a lot of my time working with the international community, trying to come up with new ways of funding education, where we work with the International Finance Facility to make the multilateral development banks more present in countries. But at the end of the day, it is mainly going to be countries themselves who fund this, whether that's from their own public finances or from households. And your idea, Lydia, to create these loan schemes, it needs a lot more work and interest and attention, because we are not going to solve the financing problem by just focusing on one, whether it's the public or the multilaterals or the household. Everybody is going to have to massively scale up. At the moment, in the lowest income countries, we see that more than half of the education budget will need to be paid for by outside sources, whether that's coming from households or international community. So the public sector is really at its knees. But I would like to say, I think this idea of Africa becoming the leader, where the scientists are coming from, they can be part of the global labor market. But I would also advocate for an Africa with world-class education, and not look at North America or Europe for the world-class education, but created in Africa. And I've been working with the Gorongosa National Park to actually create this around national parks. We have a lot of national parks who create a lot of employment, and around the parks there's a lot of employment that gets created by that. And they are also science centers, because a lot of these parks do a lot of scientific research. So how could you use a nature pole like this and create education programs that cater to this growing number of scientists that, frankly, with the massive natural resources that Africa has, in addition to its human resources, this is where the future lies. Africa could build a nature-based economy, but it needs to have the training on the ground. And so partnerships like the one Imperial College is building, or even online, I think are really, really important. And this is something we're building in Gorongosa National Park, working with International University, with Pittsburgh, with bringing the education
to Africa, because in-person education, even if you do it on the ground, can be many times more efficient than sending people to, not that that's not necessary, but we will get the scale much quicker if we can bring that world-class education to the continent. And that would be the real prize for me for the future of Africa.
Absolutely. I think there is a scenario where it's easy to simplify and say, if all African students can go to Georgia Tech, we'll solve the problem. That isn't the answer. It is both and. We need an all of the above strategy. There is a lane, which is the lane of how to get young Africa into the top of the human capital pyramid, not just being the warden, as my friend says, of the national park, but also being the forest geneticist, right? In the park. So if we're thinking about the entirety of that human capital pyramid, then it's an all of the above scenario. But that's often not what we're thinking about, precisely because of the point you have made, where if participation is 9%, that means higher ed, much less world-class higher ed, is not a priority, and budgets are constrained. So then that leads to you, Paul. You're part of the capital markets, right? You're the people who have much, much more resources than governments do, than not-for-profits do. What do you see as, what does your sector need in order to unlock more resources for skilling and training, particularly the training that is connected to jobs? What are the de-risking mechanisms you need? What are the things that will allow you to move away from the usual place where you don't really participate as a sector in higher ed and skilling?
Yeah. So in the first instance, with or without de-risking, large organizations like ourselves, being, the largest bank in Eastern Africa, must play a role.
Yes. With
or without the de-risking mechanisms. And I think that's what institutions in the private sector must ask themselves. And I think, Lydia, as you know, particularly in Kenya, which is slightly advanced on that side, it's been each institution doing on their own. So one conversation that we're having with, the government today, for example, scholarships for children to secondary schools and universities, is we need to create a database where then we can choose if we are funding 300, another competitor can fund 300, but you can't be running your own schemes and uncoordinated. In that way, we will not be able to really punch enough. That's what we need to do, both as institutions on our own, but secondly, we need to organize ourselves with governments as well. We must also influence policy, because there could be financial risk, but there's a lot more risks, coming through from policy. And again, I'll use Kenya, Lydia, because you're closer to that. So if you change the funding model for universities without a sustainable plan, you can see the chaos that we have. So we've got also to get out there and influence that policy and how that policy is shaped. Private sector institutions like ourselves cannot just be bystanders.
Yeah.
The final one is what you and I were discussing. We need to get into new, novel ways to be able to get bright kids into universities when they don't have. As I mentioned to you, and I understand same to you, I'm a product of Education by Food for the Hungry International. Faceless. I come from northern Kenya, somewhere called Marsabit, 100% being paid for school fees by faceless people through Food for the Hungry International and the Catholic Church. Without those two, I would not be here. So we've got to actually amplify some of these things. But if we have experts like yourself and anybody that brings in resources, we just need to find ways where banks can extend credit, which is actually a forward investment, for lack of a better word, with structures like the one you're proposing. And you've challenged me to come to the table. And if I can do that instantly, I can do for 7 countries in Eastern Africa, because we are present and we run one group. So a long way to answer you, but a multi-approach, but we've got to bring everybody to the table. And we've got also to be critical as private sector, right? to challenge some of the things that are happening in those markets and not just stand by the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully that answers your question.
No, it does. And consider yourself challenged to come to the table with the 7 countries.
Yeah.
I think the Africa House would like to see a commitment come from a bank like Kenya Commercial Bank to think about any range of these spaces where you can make an impact in enabling Africa to be that innovation engine. So then let me go back to both Sheikh and Omauma. Who is paying for the training that you're providing? Is it the students themselves? Is it the government? Is it some bank scenario where private capital can step in some ways to enable the training? Is it the corporates, such as yourselves? Can you tell us a little bit about who is paying for the training? Let's start with you here.
It's a mixed approach, actually. So we have governments, we have individuals, we have corporates as well that sort of like as part of their CSR projects, they sponsor certain students to sort of like come to us and go through the courses. Yeah.
And are they linked? Are there outcomes? Is anybody employing the students on the back of the training who could help with the payment?
Sorry?
Is there, for example, a studio that is going to hire an animator from you and therefore they should pay for that?
Yes, definitely. So right now we're trying to like talk to like Netflix and Prime to see how we can sort of like work together and even like share ideas. So this is why we're investing in certain types of equipment that can also fit the standards.
Excellent. And so if anybody here is connected with Netflix or with any of those people that are interested in African content, the African diaspora, please find her at the end of the session and have a conversation. Over to you.
I think it's a mix, kind of what she said, right? So we fund some of the training, obviously, but some of our partners, like we were talking about earlier, the Deloitte, the KPMGs, the partners that have the pipeline of jobs that need to be filled will pay for the training because they desperately need that talent in order for them to make even more money, right? So I think that's the way that we've done it. But if there's a way to do it also through what's it called to have governments fund some of it, I think that'd be ideal. But right now it's been all private.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So Daphne, I see your hand coming up.
One of the things we're doing is having conversations with several ICT ministries in different countries around Africa. Seems to me that it's sort of that trifecta of the private sector sanctioned by these ICT ministries and some commitment and their commitment to scale. Right. And then sort of organizations like ours that are agile at building that curriculum, whether it's general or customized to a geography. And that when you get that sort of all going together, it works out very well. And then I sit on the Future Skills Alliance at WEF and have for several years. And there is that additional piece in there where you want that commitment from the thought leaders around the world. And I know for WEF, there are multi-country accelerators, for example, that are also a great pipeline for talent to sort of originate and then make its ways to relationships with companies and organizations like yours. So again, it's that fabric that it takes, and it sort of, they inform each other. And so should be great.
Excellent. No, thank you so much, Daphne, for that intervention. And part of what hopefully entities like the Africa House can help do is that convening of those stakeholders. So earlier a panel before this, we had the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lesotho. His education counterpart should be on the table with your team. Yeah. And, then the private sector entities that Africa House can bring together who are interested in aspects of, financial engineering talent together with yourselves as a producer of the talent creates such useful synergies. So then let's move a little bit to what I call brain circulation. And for that, I will talk to our young people on the panel, but also starting with you, Peter. We have, with some degree of both embracing and pushing back, talked around the question of young Africa in global spaces. So we know that scale will arrive with Imperial in Ghana. There isn't enough money to enable as many ambitious Ghanaians to end up in Imperial as they'd like. But I am really interested in this idea of African talent in all the places where the future is being built. And the data is really stark. as of the latest data as of November of last year, there are 7 Indian grad students in the US for each 1 African grad student. So what that really means is that there are 7 more times India is participating in innovation ecosystems, and who knows what that leads to, which connections, which innovations, which creations than Africa is. And then I was comparing South Korea with South Africa being a powerhouse on the continent. And there is something like 22 South Korean graduate students in the US for each 1 South African grad student in the US. So again, it's fairly random. They're similar, size, population-wise. Both have really good universities in home country. But that is stark. It means something. It's a proxy for something that is about how Africa shows up and participates in all of the places where the future is being built. So to you, Peter, because your success is this ALA on steroids, enabling as many young African students to enter global universities as possible. Tell me your vision for that and why that is an important lane to protect.
Yeah, thanks. So I mean, I think after looking at this, we realized that one of the big gaps, if you just look at the value chain for a kid coming up, one of your 5-year-olds, for example, is secondary education. That's where there's a big drop off from primary to secondary. A lot of kids don't actually have access to secondary. And most who do, there's real quality issues as well. And that's why you see 9% only at university level. So we found that to be a leverage point, potentially, for really starting to shift education systems. And I think then create the demand for access to, to great university places, but also to more great universities, right? Which we need on the continent and everywhere else, et cetera. And that can push its way out through the entire system. I think on the issue of sort of so-called brain drain or global circulation, I come from a global health background. So, we talk about all that a lot in the global health because, Kenya will train 1,000 nurses and then the NHS in the UK will recruit 500 of them. And that's a problem when you look at it in a very narrow sense. But when you're looking at it very broadly, the challenges are there, the opportunities are there, and the talent is there, but we lack the education systems to kind of match all of that up. And it's not for me to be paternalistic and tell a child, well, because we helped you, you must now go and do this thing in this place, go build your future wherever the opportunities are. And then part of our responsibility is making sure that a lot of that opportunity is created on the continent. So yeah, of course, Africa should be part of that global innovation workforce, but I hope that global innovation workforce in the future is built on the continent.
Yeah, and also completely agree with that. Africa is part of the world. And I think sometimes we like talking about Africa as being something over there that needs to happen and get solved. And I think the point you're making is let's allow for all of these things to be solved with African talent, both on the continent and off, because we're all better off for it. Sheikh.
And to add to your point earlier, so we can't lose if we don't play.
Yeah.
And right now, Africans don't play. Right? If you look at the numbers, the reason why H-1B visas exist is because there's been a shortage of technical talent for years and years and years and years. And India has built a blueprint on how to fill that gap.
Yes.
We don't play in that field because we don't have the students, right? The H-1B visas don't exist because of goodwill. They exist because the jobs are there and companies desperately need them. The Googles, the Facebooks, the ServiceNow, all these top technology companies, they need that talent. And India is like, oh, you know what? We have the universities, we're going to create the top talent, and then we're going to ship all this talent over there because there's H-1B visas, right? We have to look at that the same way. We can't lose if we're not playing, and we're not playing, right? If we train the talent, then it becomes a different conversation. The conversation is, do we export it and they go to the US with H-1B visas, or do we keep it on the continent so they can solve our problems?
Correct.
Right? Because if they solve our problems, then we don't need to ship them because the money will follow. The money will follow the solutions. So I think we have to play. We have to train the talent. We have to train them the right way. And I think one thing we haven't talked about either is, as well, is you can train students, but you have to also train them from a mentorship perspective. What does it take to be successful in the workforce, right? I didn't go to Harvard, but I've had a lot of Harvard people work for me. And what I can tell you is the gap between what you learn in school and what it takes to be successful is massive, right? Nobody teaches you the people skills that you need to be successful. Nobody teaches you that you need to have quarterly conversations with your manager. Nobody teaches you that you have to brag about your achievements in order for you to get promoted, because the next guy will, right? Nobody teaches you that your network is your net worth. Nobody teaches you that if you're Black, you're gonna have to work 3 times as hard just to be there, right? So we can train the best, but if we don't mentor them, they will go and they will fail and they will come back. So we are all accountable for that, and we have to figure out a way to make that work, right? Because the GDP that's going to be added to by AI in the next couple of years is the size of China and India combined. We have to make sure we are playing that game. We are not playing that game.
Yeah. And the good news is we have the ability to play the game because we have the young people, and they, we have to believe that brilliance is on a normal distribution curve, to Daphne and WorldQuant's slogan, it's evenly distributed. So then our task is to make sure that we're sharpening it and making it available for all of the places that want them and enter the playing field. And so then to, you, Ludovic, we've spoken differently about how you end up doing what you're doing. And what is true for me as well, a bit like Paul, is that I had all my doors opened because I received a full scholarship, right? I received a full scholarship to go to high school in the UK and then to school in the US, and then struggled a lot when I went to the UK for grad school, but that's a whole other story that leads to what I do today. But the reality is you're able to do what you do and to be here because you are part of the brain circulation that Peter is talking about, because you were in your college, because you are in a European business school, because you're in a European business school as well. Can you tell me a little bit about your own experience being part of that brain circulation, having a lot of opportunities because of where you are currently located, which is not your home country, and what we should be doing more of so that we can have more of you in all of these spaces? I'll start with you and then you can pass the mic.
Before you answer, can we shout out to the 2 19-year-olds?
Yeah.
Yes. And thanks to Mamadou for getting them here.
Of course. Thanks to Mamadou. And also to thank him. I would say if I wasn't in this kind of school, European business school, I won't be able to be here with you today. And also without Mamadou, I won't be able to be here with you today. So if we can applause again, Mamadou. I would like to. Yeah. So in our perspective, I'm Franco-Algerian. Okay, so be a binational in a European business school is having the head between two different countries. All right, thinking of how can I improve my country in Africa, which is Algeria, and how can I take this knowledge in this European business school? Taking the knowledge, it's easy as I grew up in France, and it's easier for me than an Algerian who grew up in Algeria. I have this friend in Algeria who say, you don't know what's your chance to be in France and don't have to apply for a visa. And we are not less smart than you. We are just less lucky than you. And there is something that we can do, and I think we should do, is create our own Harvard, as we were talking about this with Peter earlier. And creating the African Harvard can also change the situation by exporting African talent abroad, by bringing worldwide talent in Africa to improve directly Africa in Africa. And I think this is something we should focus on in this aim and in this idea of 50 by 35.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that. And I think back to what Sheikh said about not knowing that your network is your net worth. Yeah. When you are in a local university in my hometown of Kisii, Kenya, you will never get that opportunity to even expand your network, much less to then realize what you could be doing with it. So no, thank you for sharing that. And on Harvards of Africa, people like Frank Swanika working very hard, and that lane deserves all of the support that it needs to get. At the same time, there are many universities that have spaces today, and we owe it to the student today, before our Harvard is built, we owe it to the students today to open all of the university doors that are available, because what we do know about the African continent is that we have way more qualified university students than we have university places. When I graduated high school in Kenya, I had to wait for 2 years before I could get into university because there just wasn't space. And luckily I got a scholarship in the meantime, but that's just what you do because there isn't enough space. So we have to be very much in the both and modality. Like we need all of the above because the urgency of this is so important. So Ludovic, and then you pass it on.
Sure. I think from my perspective, I was really lucky because I grew up in Cameroon, and that's where I actually started my formative years. But at the same time, I was actually able to actually go to France, where I actually pursue my education. So I kind of have a francophone, very formative education. And then I was actually an exchange in England. So in a way, I actually get into the education ecosystem of Anglo-Saxon side. I was able to work there in banking, the skills that I had. And then I had the opportunity to do an MBA in Oxford through New College as well after that. So I think that's actually in a way, it's kind of like a reverse model. So how do you actually gain from abroad? And then the shift I want to do is more like brain circulation, what you're talking about earlier on. So how can I actually leverage those skill sets and then in order to apply back in Africa? So when you say Africa, obviously about 54 countries, Francophone side as well. I'm originally from Cameroon, but actually now with Aquafull, I would like to actually develop a project in Abidjan simply because it's open to business, it's more investment friendly. But having said that as well, one of the distinctions I noticed between actually global education, if I compare Oxford, for example, there are a lot of actually incubator inside to promote entrepreneurship. Same in Cambridge, same in Harvard, but I fail to see a lot of that back home. So in a way, it's kind of we need to kind of like also start there. People are educated, but at the same time, we need also to say, okay, not everyone can do diplomacy, not everyone can be politician. You could actually be an entrepreneur. And this is how you can actually do it to actually able to structure your project so that you can attract the financing. So it's not a problem, it's a finance gap. There are a lot of dry powder out there, but the problem is actually how much capital actually is directed toward entrepreneurship, startups. And that's actually what attracted me to Abidjan, because actually they are developing an incubator in place. It doesn't even have to be part of the education ecosystem, but that would attract education because they can develop further partnership, probably with Imperial or the lack of Imperial in Francophone side. But the idea would be actually to help them to structure bankable project so that they can actually develop entrepreneurship and be successful, be able to raise funding. Because I think you've shared one of the data, but one of the people who actually leverage, raise 1 million capital or above, they tend to be educated abroad. So they tend to be from England, from the United States, from France. So something needs to change. And I think it can start home, like policies have to be put in place in order to attract those sort of initiatives. So tax incentives in order to probably to attract the diaspora to come back in order to share their skills. I read another report that 20,000 trained brains, so skilled professionals, leave Africa each year. So that's quite something, but at the same time, how can you convince them to come back, right? So in terms of brain circulations, if you have tax incentive, you can actually incentivize diaspora people to come back to actually work back home because they can actually earn as much or that we will earn abroad. That will actually make a difference as well. If you promote innovations as well, that would be really good as well. So,
absolutely. And I think, as you heard from the Lesotho minister this morning, he's very keen on creating frameworks for diaspora investments at home so that when diasporans come back home, they're able to have cushions, investment cushions that enable them to settle back. So over to you, Paulo. Do you have a microphone?
So for me, I think the key word is fairness, because I'm Angolan, I'm not European, and I'm here because, for example, my dad had a scholarship from Total Energy. And I had a chance because he worked hard and was able to provide me with high-value education in Angola. Then I moved to Portugal, then to France. But fairness in terms of also knowledge, because I switched from the Angolan system to the French system. So I had to discover a whole new manner to act and to study, and also to learn of new opportunities. Because I'm in a top business school, but 5 years ago, I wouldn't know that it was possible because I didn't know what is a preparatory class in France, for example. How I was in a private school, so the teachers were able to give me knowledge that my parents couldn't give me because they didn't do the French system. So imagine people from the same background as me, but with less money, who their parents can teach them that, oh, you can do this and do this and do that, to actually access to those type of schools. Yeah. And also fairness in terms of barrier of costs. For example, I'm an Angolan, but I have to apply for a visa to go to France. How long that visa takes, how long that visa costs, and also fairness in terms of the schools you can actually have the ambition to go for. Because if you take an example, if I want to go to Canada, I experienced it myself. There's a well-known school in Canada that is called McGill. For example, the fees for a French or a Quebecois is not the same as for an African. Yeah. Or if you want to study in Paris, you want to go to SCP, I will pay 20K. But if you're European, you have you can beneficiate from the scholarship system or less annual fees, for example.
Yeah.
So it's a whole institution. So for me, the solution is more initiative in the continent. So within the continent. So, for example, in Angola, for example, when you study at the university, you don't do internships, for example. But when you arrive in Europe, if you don't have an internship in your CV, how are you going to do a career in finance, for example?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they privilege more senior profiles. Mm-hmm. So how young Africans will actually seek for self-development in Africa if they are even the main target in their own motherland. So I think we need more fairness and more initiatives back home.
Mm-hmm. And I think linking to what Sheikh said earlier around making sure that it isn't just the education, but also the mentorship about how to succeed. And that opportunity to be mentored does not exist evenly, right? And so how do we make sure that we even that out? I am mindful that we started a little late and there's many of us. And I want to make sure that if there are any burning questions in the audience, you think about, I see a few. So I'll take a number and then I will pass them around. Let's start with you.
Thank you. My name is Mini Kwame. I'm originally from Cote d'Ivoire. Happy to have a fellow Francophone African in front of me. I'm based in Boston, starting up a quantitative investment management firm after graduating from Harvard and advising MIT Africa on its outreach program. My question is twofold. Actually, through Cote d'Ivoire, where we're running a capacity building to improve the mathematical Olympiad training in partnership with MIT. So we would like to hear from the Dean of Imperial here what's the most, I would say, interesting experience from Imperial College students going to Ghana to train and study with Ghanaian students. This is the first question. The second question with the head of One World as a quant researcher. I'm looking for talent. But I'm also looking for talent from Francophone Africa. Because my investment thesis is that the Francophone market is undercapitalized, and using analytics and quantitative research can bring this value to institutional investors based in Boston. Mm-hmm. So in the talent pool, what's the percentage of eventually Francophone Africans? How can they compete with local schools such as the School of Statistics that I attended in Abidjan or Polytechnic University? Thank you.
I don't have numbers in front of me, but I can tell you that Quant University has students in every one of the 54 countries.
I'm going to apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to.
I'll take questions.
Take them in the interest of time, and then we'll answer them together.
Yes.
You'll be the first one to
No.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for the question. I'm going to have the gentleman and then the lady here.
Yeah, I'm a bit underwhelmed by the panel, to be honest, because my understanding is that Africa needs tens of millions of new sort of innovation jobs per year, and I'm not really hearing any ideas that could kind of get to those numbers. So that's just like a challenge to the panel. Where are the big ideas?
I love it.
How's it going to happen?
So that's going to be all of us panelists think about what is the thing you're going to do differently, both by next year this time, but also by 2035 to help us push this agenda of 20 by 35. Because I know I told all of you about wanting a commitment at the end of this. So if you can start thinking about that, but thank you for being underwhelmed. It's definitely a challenge. Over to you.
Yeah, I think I'm going to add to the challenge. So we also have the same challenge in Romania. We have a huge gap skill with the new generations are need to be trained. So we also face this. But I was wondering, what can we do, regardless of the nationality, when it comes to education, to make sure that we don't just transform the new generations into very good citizens and very hardworking people, but we also remind them that they're actually human beings. I hear that the narrative always goes to pipeline, human resources, human capital. So we're kind of transforming the new generations into assets. What do we do to make sure that we restore a balance?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the humanities story.
Ears burned a little bit when I heard this. I get it, but I have to say this. Africa does play. Africa's not platformed. Systemic racism has done a lot to push us back to where we need to return to our royalty. We have just as much smarts, we have just as much value, we have just as much elevation. And just like other countries, they're struggling with the things that we're talking about. But in the frame of the world, it's push Africa back this way, allow them to think this. It has everything to do with what happened through being robbed, right? Of everything we had as a continent. So I'd like to push us a bit to talk a little bit about, what is value in Africa and how that value then is sustained. And if we continue to speak this way, African people, diaspora thinking, will continue to stay back. We have to take back our royalty because we have it. It's just a part of Africa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take 2 more questions.
Just an add-on for the young generation. I just want to pay tribute to my late mentor, Albert Wigwe. He has done a tremendous job building a university in Nigeria. So there are a lot of initiatives now in Africa. I'm thinking of Africa Leadership University. Absolutely. Morocco also is booming in terms of education. So we need also to change the narrative to start addressing, positively about the initiative, the local initiative for Africa. That was.
Thank you.
And just really quickly, I'm starting the Global Tech and Innovation Center, and I have 4 African countries working with me in that initiative in New York City. I'm the vice president of Queens, New York City. They came to me. Africans came to me. So they are doing major, massive things, and I think we just need to platform.
I love that. So let's platform things, and you have thoughts about that. And then there are 2 more questions over there. Let's start with you.
Yes, I'm supporting a project called ALIF in Marrakesh. It's basically the Institute for Design in Africa. And the idea is to bring the best teachers in the world to Africa. And we're working with the Art Center, for example, in Pasadena, California. So if you think Art Center, SCAD, Pratt Institute, the best of the best education we can do in the design approach in America, to bring these people and these programs to Africa. And the goal is to start with cohorts of 12 and eventually 100 talents, and for free educate them over a span of 2 years, both in Marrakesh and then hybrid as well. The question I have is that we want to find the best talents and really give them access to this free education, to this free American style of education, which we think is very good. How do we find these talents?
I think Daphne has an answer.
So I'd love to pick your brain.
No, thank you so much for that. And then finally, Elizabeth, and I think
I was just, I like just to build on to his point and what they're saying, because we keep saying, bring Harvard to Africa. That's right. Bring Harvard to Africa. That's right. So many Africans have gone to Harvard, including myself. We are capable of making what we have in Africa in Harvard. That is the standard. Harvard is great, but I went there and I also felt I felt intimidated, but I felt that everybody there. I had met someone in Africa with the same intelligence. That's right. With the same knowledge. Absolutely. So if we can use the Harvard Africans, if Harvard is the standard, to Harvardize our university. That's what you want. I'm from Uganda. Have a Harvard Uganda view. Go to Makerere University and create some kind of structure where we can mirror.
Just to rebound that, the lead guy from the Art Center is a Moroccan professor in America who actually really wants to do a bridge. So I think it's part of that thing.
So I think this is where the Africa House can really play an important role, and I'm looking at you, Shanti, as the the brain and organizer to make all of this work, because you do need all of the innovation and hopefully not underwhelming ideas about how we take Africa from where we are to where we need to be, where we need to meet there's a skills gap, there is a jobs gap on the continent, there is the aging world that needs Africans to step in. There's a lot of things that just need to be coming together, and I think we're all identifying this as being a challenge, and so excited to hear how we move all of this forward. But I will start by I'll give the word to everyone because we don't have time, but you'll respond to the questions that were targeted at you as part of your closing remarks. And if there's no question you want to respond to, you can then tell us what you will have done by this time next year that is going to advance Africa's place in the world. And this is a place, to her point, that we have to take the power. We just happen to have the people who will run the world. Let's take that power and move on with it. We're not asking anyone. So what are we going to do to make that happen? Right? So starting with you, Paul, what you'll do by next year and by 2035, and then if there's any question you want to respond to, and that will be how we close.
Yeah, I think for me quickly, it's two things. There was a challenge you gave me around that project.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will be big if we close that.
So that's by next year.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And I think the second one, which links to probably the questions that I'm asking, is how do we manage the narrative, and how do we take lead in that managing that narrative? So I really want to try and play a role in that space. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Paul. Narrative and actually putting bank balance sheet to work in enabling, creating more Elizabeths who will then come and Harvardize Africa. Over to you, Daphne.
So I want to push back a little bit and just say that part of the idea of using agile online curricular development gives you the opportunity to make applied learning contextual. So at Harvard, they teach it to you from Harvard's perspective. And there's an opportunity, if you want to really open it up, to use online learning to, if we have an applied data science program and we have 6 projects and we cover the housing crisis in Mexico City, there is no reason, and we are using technology, knowledge graph, all the sort of technical tools and experts, domain experts, to customize a curriculum like that so it's country specific or regionally specific, or so that the learning journey is to your point, Africans learning from other Africans in a context that is specific to Africa, not, Harvard's sort of global view of how problems are solved and how they are addressed. So my goal for the university, again, as I said, is to grow to 100,000 learners. There is nothing technologically, curricularly inhibiting us. We've had very patient capital till now, and we are looking for partners, not to fund our operations, but to help us develop that curriculum, whether it's in a banking environment or it's more in an academic environment. And we have students in every country, every one of the 54 countries, we have students. Our teaching is in English now, but certainly one of the things I've learned is that AI is going to offer us the opportunity to customize that learning and do it in the, gajillion dialogues that exist on the continent. And so there's a way to, again, I think, to empower it by using technology to have it be germane and originate from where it comes from and what is contextual.
And maybe a piece of that Africans can do on their own. Right?
Absolutely.
I think that's valued, but I think that our continent has the capacity to really tailor that.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, the domain experts I'm talking about are not they're Africa. I just want to also say that, like, we're developing a partnership with AIMS, for example, all right, to let a talent pool know about what's available. We have a relationship with ALX and ALU. Again, the talent is there. We're just trying to give them the tools.
And Daphne, your 100,000 learners by what time frame are you thinking?
2027.
2027. Okay. We will just keep following. We're all ears. We're going to be following you up on that.
Yes, good.
I saw an audience quick question because we're having closing remarks here.
Oh, that's fabulous. It's really, I had a personal experience in one of the countries, not to be named, in Africa, where there was in EdTech, obviously, and it was very much a native initiative, but there was resistance from the existing establishment viewing that as being effectively minimalizing them. So how do you deal with that in general?
Oh, I'm not sure how to answer that. Again, our endeavor is just to bring opportunity and to bring rigorous opportunity, even though it's free. That's the goal, all right? Now, the best way to overcome free is to be rigorous. Is my experience. So
otherwise, people also drop off. Like the promise of the MOOCs and the delivery of them has been vast night and day.
Yeah, our graduation rates are 3 times what MOOCs are. For our labs.
Yeah, excellent. So before I go to you, Paolo, because I don't want to place our 19-year-olds on the spot unless they want to be on the spot, I'm going to go to you and then to the service now, and then I'll come back this way. So over to you.
Sorry. So Lydia, you said you had to wait 2 years to get into university.
Right.
So in that 2 years, what were you doing?
I took a course in French, or to continue my high school French. I read a lot of books and I applied to loads of universities and I got a scholarship in the meantime.
Okay.
I wish I had you to teach animation.
So that's the thing. I feel like we're always trying to do things the Western way.
Yeah.
We don't. We're always doing things the Western way, and we're not looking inward.
Yeah.
Africans naturally are very resilient. We're sharp.
Yes.
We can survive anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, tough skin, but not necessarily skilled, because obviously we don't have certain opportunities, the right access to certain tools, and all the things that we need to, upskill.
Yeah.
So, universities are great. You know what I mean? But it might not necessarily work for Africa.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Creatives don't like school.
Absolutely. So what will your center do by 2026 and by 2035?
We're building a creative army. You know what I mean? It's you have to, learning is like, for example, I'm dyslexic. So I don't like to read, but I'm very visual. If I can, so I can draw this room, but I can't draw you. I'm a trained interior architect and I've been practicing for 15 years. And that knowledge I've learned from, interior architecture is what we're now bringing into creative technology to use that same knowledge to be able to transfer education. You know what I mean? So being able to say, okay, we're looking at the generation Z and we're looking at the generation Alpha and the generation Beta. What do they understand? What environments can they thrive in? How can you create a curriculum that they can imbibe? Like someone over there was saying something about maybe refusing on how to resistance. That's the word. So we have to learn about ourselves a little bit more, so that we can create experiences that allow us, retain the knowledge that we need. As an interior architect, I work with artisans, I work with bricklayers, I work with plumbers, you know what I mean? And it's like you have to be able to speak to them in the language that they understand for them to be able to deliver the best version of themselves. So I think in that 1 year, usually after secondary school in Nigeria, is either you do maybe like foundation year, you do maybe A levels, or you do your maybe like a vocational training. I feel like more of that, with the traditional learning methods. Of course, we can't throw that away because that's the foundation for everything. But we have to infuse different types of technology or approach to be able to just deliver those trainings. And so I call what we're doing a studio. It's not school, but it is school.
And your commitment is to create a creative army. Do you have numbers around that by 2035?
No, I don't have any numbers. That's all right. But the commitment is there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And over to you.
I don't have a specific number or a specific commitment. I'm very biased for action. If you read any of my reviews from my manager, they will tell you Sheikh is the hardest headed human being we've ever dealt with. And that's because my faith guides what I do, right? It happens with God's permission. If it doesn't happen, it's God's protection, which means I just keep going. So my commitment is to be biased for action and to take the words we use today to try to create opportunities for the future. That's it.
Well, thank you so much for that. Now, again, I'll skip you unless you absolutely want to tell us about your. let me come back. Let me close with the hope of our Gen Z telling us about what they will do by 2035, because that's going to be the way the world is changed by our youth. But Ludovic, if you could give this to Paul. Paul, you need one. You need. Sorry, not Paul. I meant Hugh.
Yeah, so, I'll preface my remarks by saying I spent most of my academic research career at Harvard Medical School. I would strongly advise against Harvardizing African higher education in the same way that I would argue against imperializing. I think generally the opportunity is for Africa to move from the 9% we talked about to 50% by doing something different. And we can certainly see that in terms of our collaboration in Ghana. For example, if you move from 9 to 50 and all of those students had an opportunity to take courses in innovation entrepreneurship in addition to their main discipline in an age of a digital revolution and an AI revolution, which is a great leveler, Africa could end up being in a very different place very quickly. And that is increasingly being recognized by the major funders. So one of the largest grants that we received over the last 6 months was from the Eric and Wendy Schmidt AI for Science Fellowship Program. But the program was really importantly, it was because Imperial is collaborating with Ghana and counterparts, and actually AIMS and counterparts in Brazil, Malaysia, and India. So the likes of Eric Schmidt sees the world is changing, recognizing the differentiation, the potential for differentiation in Africa, and I think that is the prize.
And is there any commitment that Imperial is making about either growing beyond Accra or 10xing your capacity?
So we only opened our hub 6 months ago. Just so give us. But it is deliberate. We kind of said, well, because the challenge of scale was raised. Yeah. So we said, well, let's not spread everything too thin. Let's build on very strong partnerships we already have in Ghana and the surrounding region.
Got it.
And really, let's scale from there.
Okay.
So if you invite me in 10 years' time, I'll let you know how it went.
Next year, not 10 years. Next year, we will want to put a number down. Elizabeth?
Great. So I think some points were really made very excellently, and I love your challenge. By 2035, the IMF projects, by the way, that the number of Africans that will enter the labor force will be larger than the entire world combined.
Yeah.
So I think we should use that number.
Absolutely.
Because that has to be a starting point to start conversations with ministers of finance, with ministers of planning and the economy, because that is not happening at the moment. When we go to the climate meetings where big targets are being set about economies restructuring, less than a third of those plans include plans for human capital or upskilling. So we need to start with what are the big visions that countries are setting for themselves in terms of their economies and making sure we're at the table, because we have not been at the table. We're not at the table when the G20 is discussing economic reform, when we are in the climate meeting. So that's one thing that I am working on. My pledge for this year is that we will go to COP30 in Brazil and we will launch a global initiative together with GIZ and a number of partners backed by some analysis that will challenge the world to start including this in the climate transition plan. So skills plans need to be integral to how people are thinking about the transition of countries. The second thing I think is that we really need to identify these models in Africa that are working and find platforms for scaling them. So we've heard all these great examples, and I've been in the education sector for a really long time, and you hear all these wonderful examples, but they don't add up to what we need them to add up to. And we need to find channels to make these great examples really scale. And I would definitely totally agree with you on world-class. I said world-class education, not Harvard education. It needs to be context-specific. There is no way in the world that this can just be imported. It's a broken system. The American education system is broken. It's too expensive, and it will not be a solution for Africa. So what I will do this year as well, working with Gorongosa National Park, is thinking about a model that can work for national parks as the center of science and education. And we would like to scale this to other parks in Africa. So actually bridging with bridges with other parks so that this can be scaled to a larger number of people. So concrete, big idea.
I don't know if his face looks, he's not placated yet. Over to you, Peter, and then I hope our Gen Z colleagues have thought through what you'd like me to what you'd like to commit. But over to you, Peter.
Thank you. I think the kind of tectonic shifts you're talking about require more than just a more massive scale than even any of our individual initiatives are at or even contemplating, but it's also about these qualitative kind of system shifts as well. It's really about shifts in power dynamics and in mindsets. And I think that, again, coming from a global health background and working in the so-called international development space for many years, there's just this stubborn fallacy that gradients of knowledge and expertise flow along the same gradients as wealth. And that's just, that's such a stubborn problem. And so I think part of doing this at scale is about making a strong investment case and moving from a charity mindset to a solidarity and to an investment mindset, which I think is a case for governments, a case for business, et cetera. The demand is there. We're just a startup. We started a couple of weeks ago. I put up a LinkedIn page, didn't put any posts on it. And the next morning, there were 100 emails in my inbox of young Zambians being like, how can I get into your school? How can I teach at your school? How can we do something? Just looking for, just one shot, and we'll take it and run through that door. And so I think we need to do that 1 million times over. So my commitment is a year from now, again, we're just starting. We'll have one amazing school in Lusaka and plans underway with 5 other countries to hopefully expand. I don't know about 2035. Our sort of aspiration for 2045 is 100 schools, locally owned and governed schools, mind you, and 50,000 of the brightest, teenagers across the continent getting amazing education.
Excellent. That's very good. Okay, now we'll go with you, Paulo, and then we'll work our way backwards. What would you do? And I know you're already doing a lot of work to advance young Angolans abroad. What do you want to do in the next year / in 2035 to make sure that Angolans and young Africans have the opportunity to be the innovators and work for some future?
I'm not advocate of individual action because I believe in a greater scale action, because I think someone called it that Africa is not platform. I actually think that Africa's is platform. We have examples like Morocco, Senegal, or even South Africa with great educational systems from middle school to university. But we have to understand, again, that Africa is not a country. So we have different platforms and not one platform. We have Morocco, Senegal, and South Africa. Okay, but what about Mozambique? What about Tanzania, Namibia? So I think till 35 and beyond is create different platforms to actually, for example, have a brain circulation within the continent, because Africa is different language. I'm from Angola. I speak Portuguese. From a Portuguese background, what I'm going to do in Morocco, for example. There's nothing for me. So.
Right now there isn't, but you should all come to the Wednesday discussion on the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Kellerman is going to be here. We're having a dialogue with him and a number of colleagues around the free movement of goods and
Yes.
services, but also it should be of talent, of people, recognition of qualifications across borders. Because you're right now, as Lusophone African in Morocco might not be a place you recognize yourself in, but there should be a future where that's possible, given that there is this view of Africa there are reasons why Africa as a space coheres, even when in fact it does fracture into 54. But no, thank you so much for that clarification. You're next to me, so you go next, and then Ludovic will close for us.
So what I would say and what I will wish for 2035 is to understand that thanks to this population growth, we have to adapt in a way that we leapfrog the worldwide education system. Mm-hmm. Today we have different way to do it thanks to AI, Web3. We were talking about finding those talents, and it's kind of hard to find talents in some places where the universities are not built yet. But thanks to those tools, we can directly bring university in your cell phone. Yeah. And I think it's something that we should use because of this growth that we have in our population, and how can we fit all those students in schools, physical schools, and instead of saying we're gonna put some of them in schools and the other one they won't go to the school, let's just give them this fairness opportunities.
Yeah, and to Daphne's point, being very rigorous.
Exactly.
And then to Shake's point, making sure it's all cushioned with mentorship and additional support. No, thank you so much. And then Ludo, 2035 vision.
Okay, great. So 2035, basically, now I'm looking for local co-founder in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, in 1 year time. So I would like to have launched Aquafall, water distribution business in Côte d'Ivoire. And in 10 years time, so I would like to have at least actually scale at 1 or 2 Francophone Africa there. So that would be good. And doing so by actually collaborations. I think collaboration is key to positioning Africa as a global leaders in innovations and also to redefining the future of work.
Can I just say one more thing? Because one thing we haven't said here is that the big idea is 50 by 35. We need to get the finance behind this. Yeah. So I think we should all applaud Lydia and the group here for coming up with this idea, because it is a big idea.
Thank you. Oh.
In plain sight this whole time.
Thank you. So we will have to tell the gentleman who was underwhelmed more about what that vision is. But the intention is to aggregate, amplify, make visible everyone who is doing work in the space of turning young Africa into the innovation workforce of the 21st century. We all do things in small spaces, but together there's a lot of force in that. And so that's how we... And 50 billion by 2035 is a very small number, given how massive the continent is, how big the gap is, what the projected labor gaps globally look like that we would want to be intentionally positioning ourselves to fill. All of that is massive ambition that we have to own and then take forward. So, we look forward to all of your partnership in getting there. And now with that, I want to also thank very much ServiceNow, who were the sponsor for this panel, even if Sheikh ended up sitting over there.
Thank you, Sheikh.
It's only first day of Davos, but I think we all feel that it's already like a week of experience behind us. And I remind you that it's only Monday. So I really want this panel to be energetic and give you some ideas for the whole week. My name is Cristina Lucrezia Corner. I'm Global Head of Strategy and Partnerships at Exponential Science Foundation. And I have been in the space for the last 7 years, leading the editorial team at Cointelegraph, promoting some of the amazing projects in the space, trying to find the language and the way to create narratives in order to promote the adoption of Web3 blockchain in the most impactful way. So I really would love, and I know that this amazing co-panelists have been working hard in order to bring real impact with blockchain technology. And I really want you all to feel this during and after the panel. As we are pretty a lot here on stage, I would maybe suggest to skip the proper introductions because otherwise it will be like half an hour. Also because everyone here has an amazing biography. So when you are presenting yourself, can you present yourself with two things? For how many years have you been in the space? And what is the most beautiful thing, beautiful story that you have encountered in the space? And let's start maybe with the left part. Florian, do you have your mic? Yes.
To look for the mic, but actually,
I think you have one.
I already have one, so I'm gonna just speak.
You want mine?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm Florian Fournier. Very happy to be here. Thank you for the invite, Mamadou. It's a beautiful day actually that we had so far. I've been in the space for 7 years, and I think one of the most beautiful and exciting thing I've seen in that space was the moment that we arrived. We've been building like sovereign cloud and sovereign internet for Africa, when 52 countries globally, but especially in Zanzibar, Tanzania. And when we stepped in Tanzania and Zanzibar in particular, like to see like young people, like, because when we talk about crypto, Web3 and all this, like we think a lot about speculation. We talk about meme coin, Trump coin, etc. And I really saw people like locally using crypto as a way of like getting access to the world, getting access to new paradigm. And there is specifically a project there named Shata Fisha that is rewarding people on the ground directly with coins for them to bring waste directly in the place to reward people doing recycling. And I think that was the moment that I realized that it was not just about bringing a new technology, but creating social impact, especially in Africa.
And incentives. I love this.
And incentives, yeah.
Thank you very much, Florian. Let's move to Tom.
My name is Tom Reeder from TokenGate and the Green Block. And I guess one of the most amazing stories is a bit similar to yours. It's really discovering that you can make impact with Web3. It's not just about speculation, as you said, but really we're working on a project in Tanzania as well, where we offer tokenized cooking stoves that are pre-financed through Swiss investors. And the cooking stoves, they actually help to create carbon credits that refinance the yield. And so if you have a cool project for Swiss investors and in the same time you have innovation on site in Africa and you reduce carbon emissions and everything with that.
How many years?
8 years in crypto.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Mamadou, our host. And you are in the middle of the panel.
Yes, so I've been into that space for now, let's say I discovered the space. This year is going to be 8 years ago. And I've been, let's say, actively operating in this space. It's going to be 5 years this year. The best story I've seen or experienced in the digital asset world, I've experienced it first time. I was sleeping and I received a call because we have remote working, Decentralized, right? And I received a call at 4 a.m. in the morning from my assistant who's working out of the Philippines, in complete panic because she was at the hospital with her son, who was in a highly critical state. And it was literally a matter of life or death. And she couldn't literally, she had nothing to pay the hospitals, and they wouldn't want to take her son into the thing until she would pay in advance, etc. And the one thing that saved it was I sent her crypto. She moved it to her card, and in a fraction of a second, she could pay. No, you're going to have to wait for Western Union to be open at 10 a.m., etc. Or no, wait until I send you a bank transfer that will arrive before. That day, that very same day, I understood. I mean, I always knew why I was in this space, but I had this kind of universal confirmation of why this is so important, right? You know, and as much as digital assets was debunked, etc., is the possibility to reach out to somebody at 14,000 kilometers who is in a very critical situation, you press a button and it solves the whole thing, and it bypasses all the preliminary, all the systems, the kind of boom. And that for me was like a huge aha moment, especially for being from an emerging markets, right? It could have been somebody back home in Africa. It's just that it happens to be in Southeast Asia. But that's the kind of way you change the game, right? And that, I don't need to know your bank details or to work at the same bank or to kind of wait for you to kind of get something and the right name on Western Union as per passport. That changed. That for me was
Such a
the best
powerful
experience.
story. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's move to Joshua.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're sharing. Joshua Johnson, thank you so much for having me. Mamadou, thank you. It's, I guess, near and dear to me. 8 years ago, I started in China and supply chain. So I think for me, the most crucial is what I'm actually doing now. And we haven't launched anything officially because it's still in the sandbox testing. But what we've seen connect to land registry is actually very powerful to connect what we're doing in tokenizing real estate and then connecting that to a sandbox of, I can't really say which country because officially, but being able to see that at work and to see how that's going to change so many lives, and being able to talk today with what we're discussing with Florian and Mamadou, just being able to see in Zanzibar, talking about that and how that's going to affect lives, especially for Africans as a whole, and what that does. And we can talk about that later at more scale. But that's been for me such impactful, being able to give someone a roof over their head and help them move towards that of ownership, I think is a huge, huge part. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I pass you over the mic.
Good. Is this 10? All right. Hey, I'm Claude. I'm the only one who doesn't have a photo here because I've been the last added to the panel, but I'm still here. Nice to meet y'all. So I've been in crypto for a while, starting in 2011, mining in 2011. So it's going to be like 14 years this year, but been building startups in 2013. So, a little bit more than a decade. And I would say the most heartwarming story I've seen in crypto was something that would be pretty normal to some people that would touch me a lot, because I'm pretty bullish in education. Like, to me, if you want to make the world better, no matter where you are, you need to educate people. And I've seen crypto as a vector of education in a way that people were not expecting it. What I mean is, when you give people some token, no matter the token, it could be a meme coin, could be a Bitcoin, could be a Dogecoin, could be something, they tend to try to make more money with it or try to research something. And, a little bit later, you come back to them and they're talking to you about futures and whatever, advanced finance that you would not have expected them to learn outside of a Harvard MBA or something like that. And I've seen that with my little cousin. This guy was 14 years old, and he was not the smartest guy at school, or just a guy going by, getting his grades, not getting fired, but going by. And I've seen him. I gave him some crypto because I was giving I was trying to evangelize crypto, among my family, a bad church. And I came back a year later for Christmas, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to give you an iPhone this time and all that. He's like, I just bought one. I'm like, what do you mean you have money now? He's like, well, I found that by trading futures. And he's like, wait, what's the future? You tell me about it? And the guy was like, well, so the price moves with this. I'm like, you want to work for me? So this is to me a very heartwarming story. I felt we all talk speculation. People want to say speculation is bad. I actually think that turning the world into a giant casino is not a good thing. But I found a nice added benefit to it. And this guy, this cousin, happened to at this moment was living in Côte d'Ivoire. It's not exactly he was in the middle of San Francisco or something. And I could see that no matter where you are, crypto was a way to teach people something, and it was not its goal. Crypto was here to free us from an ever-inflating world and stuff like that. There's a lot of things got to come behind crypto, but to me, this has been a nice added benefit, which was creating a lot of those heartwarming stories. So yeah.
I mean, what you say is very powerful. Actually, you mentioned Côte d'Ivoire, and for my case, I actually learned about crypto and blockchain under a coconut tree in Abidjan.
See?
And funny enough, it's 2 years later, because I had no clue. I'm a finance guy, but And funny was to see that 18 months later, I think she might have been involved in that time. It's like I was kind of somehow ranked as like the most influential in crypto in the top 30, like from a coconut tree. You see what I mean? So and that's really the whole thing where it's a game changer. For me, it was actually,
We're bringing more than speculation. We're bringing assets. It turns
exactly.
that tends to, thank you. Appreciate the mic holder. So we're bringing more than speculation. People do not tend to think about it, but there is way more than what we see on Binance.
Yeah.
I really love how much, guys, you have highlighted, because I think it's like crypto is all about this, and there is relatability in all the stories, and there is accessibility and potential to build up something. My story that is not even only about blockchain, but about tech in general. I've been working with the mixed ability people who have different abilities also mentally. And, these people cannot come here to Davos. They cannot travel as we do. Like they cannot have even the same opportunity to go to a bank. But through technology, they actually can carry out their dreams. One of the people with whom I met, basically his passion is poker, and but he cannot even properly walk. He cannot even properly talk. But he creates with ChatGPT a text. Then with the AI-generated voice, he creates a transcription. Audio transcription. Then with the AI-generated video, with his photo, he creates a video. And like this, he launched his own YouTube channel. Wow. And he gets paid in crypto, obviously, because if he comes to a bank, like nobody would understand his story. And this, in my opinion, is something becoming somebody you want to be and shaping this technology for your benefit, for your passion. I think this is what this decentralization, digitalization help us all. But you all mentioned different contrasting ideas within this. And I think you all highlighted the accessibility. Accessibility is there. It is in the design, but there are still challenges to accessibility. Also because we discuss that DeFi or crypto is available to everyone. First, you need to have internet connection. You need to have a smartphone. You need to know, as you said, educated to learn something, right? And you all mentioned the word speculation. Still in the business, in the industry, there is this trend to prioritize scale and money making, right, over small changes that are given to the small people who are not present here, who are somewhere, and their voices may never be heard. So in your experience, because you are working with these small people, you are working with making them bigger and more powerful, what is the way to make sure that we promote this agenda for small, local, impactful change? And how can we fight the general capitalist idea that the bigger is always better?
Oh, it's interesting to me. Yeah. You mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I have a slightly different take on this one. Like in technology, very often you have to get economies of scale for things to be accessible to everyone. And this might be why we need to scale, to think about scale a lot. Because before something can be accessible to people who can't pay for it, well, it needs to be very often to be accessible to people who can pay a lot for it. And then like you can build infrastructure, you can build those things. So at the end, it can be like subsidized pretty much by the first people in the adoption curve. And I think crypto like went through like a little bit of this, right? It was a bunch of gamblers, then a bunch of funds with a lot of money. But I mean, I could see that I built a remittance company before that was like using crypto for the rails. People were not speculating at all and all that. And we could do this because a lot of people have spent so much money on building Ethereum. We could essentially use those rails to make like remittances cheap with people not even knowing they're using crypto behind. And like with experience of essentially building product for people who like really can't afford much more than what they're receiving as money because remittances, things like that. I can say that thinking about scale is pretty important. Second thing is that, like you were asking, like, what can we do to promote this agenda? I think there is like one bunch of guys that have been working on this was the Telegram people. Like Telegram have, just by building a messaging like protocol that was like pretty open, essentially opened the door to people like us to build software that could reach like millions and millions of people who like would not have been able to like essentially like just see those things. Like it's very easy for people, no matter how educated you are, to use a messaging app. Thanks to Telegram and the Ton network. I'm not a big promoter of the Ton network, but it's just like it happened to have been this. You had people, like 300 million people, like using crypto, which is more than something like Binance and the whole space combined have been able to achieve in like a decade. And I think we're already like working all together collectively as an industry the right direction. It's just that we need to keep building tools in such a way that with tech, we reach economies of scale so that can reach everyone without like needing a PhD to use those weird clunky interfaces, and like without needing like a lot of money just to use those things. And I think we have achieved a lot of this. We're just walking in the right direction. It's just not that the whole industry is focused on this. A part of it, and a lot of people on this panel are.
Let's connect on Telegram. Sincerely yours, Claude, right?
If I may add, so
Please.
I guess the summary is crypto was, or blockchain technology, for a lot of people, it was like difficult to understand. So, and we have a digital divide. So if you don't have the education to really understand how it works, people are afraid. And I guess what you said is it's not just scalability, it's also usability, to have easy access, even if you're not digital literate, that you can access tokens, invest or hedge a stable coin that is affected by inflation, and then you have all the power or the superpower that blockchain technology can give to emerging markets, I would say. But usability is key, I would say.
I have something to add, because on the topic of usability, like earlier she was mentioning that someone who can't walk was using AI to make an avatar of himself on YouTube, and it's essentially like added a bunch of usability to like his whole like YouTubing career and all that. I think crypto will work the same way. AI will very likely enhance the usability of crypto. You won't be able to, you won't need to go on those weird interfaces of clicking somewhere and all that to have access to your crypto. You'll just prompt something that will be like ChatGPT and say like, well, I want to send money to that guy over there, and it will just find the right rails and work, or it will just maybe do the right transaction, or I want to buy a house and I have some Bitcoin. What am I going to do with it? It will just leverage like a bunch of DeFi protocols and all that. We are working on something like that. We're working on things like that, and I know for sure a lot of people in the industry are thinking about this. Like AI is the interface that will simplify them all. And I think like you found a great example at first. Crypto will just follow. For usability, we have the right tool in our hands. Now the key is to make it open source, to make sure that everybody can use it, not just a bunch of great guys in Silicon Valley, right?
I would just add something to it. Yeah. So I think that we're talking about DeFi, AI, crypto, but still half of Africa doesn't even have a decent access to the internet. And I think one of the very important things we need to all focus on is how we can provide also like the gamification and like bringing also like real world gamification of like activities so people can help and participate in building that network. That is still not
the current numbers. Who knows? Do you know in terms of?
I mean, we let's say you would say, depending on how optimistic and pessimistic you are, you would say that between 30% to 50% don't have access. Now, what they call the 50% is, I would say, high-speed internet, because the coverage on 3G and 4G continental-wide is actually 80%. But it doesn't mean that when you're covered that you actually use it or etc. But it's the thing now is everything is mobile, right? So people are really. It's just that the quality could be better, and I think that's what you guys have been working on, right? Is you're gonna need for this kind of AI, you're gonna need really good speed internet. So even if you have 80% of the population who effectively have internet access, to be able to process those kind of information and so on, then the internet needs to be upgraded, right? In terms of capacity.
Sorry, I need to challenge that.
Shortly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's on topic, and we're talking topic, right? So the AI is the first digital revolution we had recently that does not need very heavy data. Like YouTube, Netflix needed like some super high thing, like they're using like 90% of the internet. But AI, you send a bit of text, you receive a bit of text, except this text has a lot of value.
Can I challenge this? It actually requires a lot of data and also a lot of energy. So I think this discussion here also, I think, mentioned a very important topic, like especially maybe in emerging markets and those 20 to 50% people. Percent of the population, they also have a different access to energy, and like we here use energy as basically.
Yeah, I mean, so look, from our perspective, right? So yes, you have what you call infrastructure challenges, right? Which is energy, connectivity, and so on. And Claude has a point. In all models, and I've seen them, I've been involved in every big new innovation cycles in Africa for the past 25 years. First investment in GSM, I made it. First investment in mobile payments, etc. People talk about Apple Pay today, but we've had Apple Pay for 20 years, right?
And I was here.
Pesa was there. And we were really at the cusp, and I was there in the investment, right? And then, telco, tower sharing, etc. Same thing I was. And on blockchain, also we have it. So, but there's always been a trend, and we can't ignore that, and which is Claude's point. You can't just go straight to rural areas to have a working business model, right? You start with urban, higher purchasing power, etc., so that it funds the infrastructure to have a deeper penetration. It's okay, you won't change the world overnight, right? But now, why we really believe in tokenization is there's a bigger issue that will solve all those issues. You said, okay, energy, connectivity, it's actually money.
Yeah,
right? So guess what? We're sitting in a situation where we say, okay, Africa has only 30% people who don't have whatever connectivity, or 40%, or 600 million or 400 million who don't have electricity. But the whole point is the reason why none of those is available is because of the capacity to pay for it. So that's why we went all the way as Ubuntu Tribe and say, yeah, we can talk about all that. But for that to effectively happen, how do we solve the problem that Africa has a GDP of $4 trillion, global GDP $87 trillion, but natural resources 120 trillion. So how can we leverage on energy to effectively create the wealth that will open and pave the way for everything else? Because we can talk, but without the cash, nothing, right? And guess what? Forget the cash. Let's go crypto. And what we do then, we tokenize the natural resources, right? And we don't even need, and the main issue, people would say, oh yeah, but you need money to extract it and then to go and sell it. This is BS, forgive my French. When the piece of, right? The reason is, when you have a piece of land in real estate, it has value. When you build on it, it has a bigger value. And if you say the reasons on the ground don't have value, that's not true. You see all those Canadian, Australian companies, they come, they get a mining concession, and then next thing you see, they go to Toronto or to Sydney, and they flip the concession at $3 billion. So somehow we've been lied to, right? It has value. So now what you do with actual tokenization, you say, we're going to tokenize those resources while they're in ground. Yes, we'll apply a massive discount. But even if you apply a discount out of a 90% discount out of $100 trillion, it's still $10 trillion of assets tokenized. And because you tokenize, you fractionalize it, meaning the man on the street can now buy a digital certificate of ownership of the lithium, the tantalum, the rhodium, the platinum, the gold that they're sitting on, which has never happened in human history. And once you unlock that, right? And you work with nations, and we're doing that. Actually, we're working with 3 or 4 at the moment. We signed with one, 2 plus a few sovereign wealth funds. Now you unlock that wealth and you redistribute it. You democratize access to wealth. And let's remember, our finance is based on 2 things: asymmetry of information and collateral. What was missing forever was collateral, right? What blockchain and AI does is actually, I can tokenize those resources, put them at 10 cents a pop, right? For anyone who has $1,000 or 10 cents to buy, and guess what? They have a collateral. Now, what does it take to is I can now go see the banker, right? Because I can lock that asset, right, on the wallet and give you the liquidity for you to grow your business or for you to buy energy or buy internet. right? So the whole point that we decided to do is let's go back to the fundamentals. How did nation rise? How did they expand? Suddenly, for the first time in human history, we have what you call access to a technology that allow to create a quantum leap, right? A quantum leap by disrupting finance itself, right? And actually, the introduction of this whole panel was Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, that says, right, tokenization is the future of finance, because he knows.
Mamadou, just to add one point, you said if you can collateralize your tokenized real-world assets, you can go to the banker, but you can do even more.
Decentralized.
You can go into lending protocols and collateralize it even without going to banker and getting access to liquidity. And I guess that is one of the major breakthrough that DeFi can offer.
And then you're spot on, because and just to jump on that, imagine now you have decentralized completely model. Actually, we're working on those protocols so that you can put it as a collateral and then the public funds of it, right? And the retail. What does it mean is that I have an asset, I can collateralize it, get a loan, and those who are going to lend to me is other people from my community who have assets, which everybody put 1% of it, then they get returns by lending me, and they still get their assets to grow. So the exponential gain from this, and that's why we've been at it for 4 years now, and now it's going to scale, is that then, yes, we can build a new internet, we can get energy connectivity, and now the land, of course, right? We do it with natural resources, but maybe you can talk about real estate.
Right, and so that partnership in Africa, starting in Zanzibar, is exciting. So that's the largest asset class in the world, 360 trillion. So to fractionalize that, and then the key, though, is to connect it to the land registry. And that unlocks all the liquidity and all the value globally of the largest asset class in the world. And so what that does is what we're creating in Zanzibar. Florian can maybe discuss this after, or we can discuss it and go in deeper. I know you haven't spoken much, so would love to hear your take on it. But being able to understand what that value unlocks. So the US after World War II basically subsidized mortgages for land ownership, and the middle class grew exponentially. And so being able to see that new paradigm shift for people to rethink how they're able to own, because a lot of 18-year-olds, when I talk to them, they don't actually think that they could own anything in the future. They're like, no, I don't actually, I'm not that rich, because they're from areas that they can't afford it. But I think even partial ownership is that mindset. It's a paradigm shift. And that's what blockchain does. And being able to connect that to the land registry, and especially for Africa, mortgages, on-chain lending, insurance, everything that we discuss. And it's always been a nice to have, okay, we're going to do it. And that's maybe been 8 years now in the industry talking about it. But now it's actually potentially possible with now the blockchain connecting to land registry and then us actually doing it. And I think this is really exciting, because for me, it should be a fundamental right for someone to be able to have an opportunity to own a roof over their head in some way, shape, or form, however small it is. And I think that is a mindset. It's beyond just here and now. It's a mindset that will help them propel something in the future. So maybe, Florian, you want to talk about that partnership?
It's great. Actually, what's very fascinating to me, and I think it's all about this conversation that we're having here, is there's an entirely new paradigm of application that we can literally put together to help Africa and the world to leapfrog in a very different way that we would ever expect. And what is, well, we're talking about Zanzibar because actually we have a very strong partnership there with the government, where we build a public-private partnership, where we have a free zone, where we are the regulator, and we have been building something very strong there, where we can actually experiment with Ubuntu Tribe what it means for tokenization of real-world assets, with Joshua regarding land registry and how we can provide liquidity for the land. But all this actually can only happen if we have a sovereign internet. Like all that we're talking about, like the starting point is, where are our data? Like if we want to be able to create a new IT system for the world, it has to be geo-aware. Like we need to understand that Africa, most of the time, does not have its internet. We're talking about connectivity, it's very different. It has a long, small cable to the internet where most of the information is stored in northern country, like here in Switzerland, US, like you name it. But like all this system is extremely weak, and we need to create the conditions for countries, for communities, for large corporations also that want to have this sovereignty to be able to build this base block of having its compute, its storage, its network capabilities in-house, directly in that geo-awareness, because you want to make sure that the day something goes wrong, anywhere in the world, you will still have access to your data. Maybe the connection with your AI will be a couple of texts and not so much data, but you need still to make sure that the cable has not been cut. Mm-hmm. And that's really where like we really have been partnering very strongly with different countries to build this ecosystem where we can actually have locally this capacity directly in land.
If I just a question here for the panelists. I mean, one of the missing pieces, apart from the infrastructure, is also the identity. So if you really want to access the full system that blockchain technology offers, is all about also having an identity, and getting identities can be pretty difficult depending on where you live in Africa. I guess don't know how many people have passports or identity cards, but being able to provide an easy technology that gives you digital identities would be one of the big opportunities, but you need to have the governments behind that help issuing them, and also to have trusted entities, because we all know it. There has been so much scam in the industry. So if you bring in new people, you need to have also trusted parties, where you know, hey, I trust that case, I trust that application, or I trust that kind of identity.
But sorry, didn't we spend the whole decade building a bunch of software so we didn't have to trust the people behind, because we can trust the ledger instead? I mean, that was the point of blockchain, right? I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, more like kind of challenging, because I do agree that having identity does help, but for the first time, it's actually not needed. We can use everything that we've been mentioning earlier, that you've been mentioning, that, taking your tokenized land as collateral on DeFi and all that. Nowhere in that whole line of thing that you wrote, we needed identity. Now it would be useful in the whole system, but now it's still useful, but not necessary. I think, which is a great thing, actually.
It's true and not true.
You do need identity for the land registry. Yeah. There's no value of on-chain lending without the land registry having the identity of being able to know who's the owner.
That's only for tokenizing real estate and land registry. You can tokenize something else. Example of land. Oh no, I mean saying that the example that he was using.
Always when you have security tokens or tokenized real-world assets, somehow there will be requirements from the regulatory side to identify yourself.
So again. Yeah. So let me provide this. I run a regulated company that has a tokenization license in Europe. So I do understand the whole thing. And the regulator, the head of the regulator in Liechtenstein, the former head, works for us. So we do understand the problem pretty intimately. So what I mean here is that for tokenization itself, the person who tokenizes and puts it on chain does need identity for sure, because you are essentially putting the asset on chain. Now, on most tokenized asset that we see around, let's say the most popular tokenized asset in the world is stable coins. You do not need identity for most things, and stable coins are essentially tokenized T-bills, right? The whole thing works. Now, I'm just not saying that it's a useless thing. I'm saying that you can actually go pretty far without identity. Identity does then supercharge the whole thing, and lets you directly have things like land, other types of, I would say, more powerful tokenized asset, but it's not necessary, which is a good thing, because you can really enable things. If you really needed all those building blocks, we would just be rebuilding banks, and for the first time, we don't need all of them. We can actually lower the bar for entry.
I just want to say blockchain technology can help you to make digital identities more easier and to give easier access to the system that we want to give access to.
Yeah, and also I think what you are talking about is actually the concept of identity is definitely changing, and what is actually our digital identity? We are still very far away from creating something different for normal bureaucracy. But it's true that digitally we can definitely identify ourselves not with the passport we have, or some particular gender, or some things that are written normally now ID, but actually something completely different. Or what creation do you do? What blockchain are you selling on? Or what kind of global online community are you part of? And this is, I think, is a very powerful narrative. You mentioned people and trust. I still think that trustless technology is made for people. And so the importance of people is actually very, very, very big here. And my question to you is actually, who are those shapers and stakeholders who are able to push this change, who need to be part of the creation of tokenization in Africa? And because some of the countries get it very successfully and some of them are not there. So this is about people who are not either willing or not involved. So who are those actors? Who are we? And who are other actors who need to be part of this building in order to make it more global and more universal also in Africa?
In terms of adoption, right? Yes. Okay, look, I mean, I think we had probably last week the best possible example, right? Now, is the best possible because you have probably one of the most, if not the most popular man today on the planet who just launched his own meme coin, right? And guess what? Even my grandma would be talking about it. You know what I mean? So it has this good side about it in terms of, and the same way as in 2018, suddenly Bitcoin went high, right? Now, it's a double-edged sword because it's driven by greed, right, and speculation, but at the same time, it raises attention, right? It raises a certain amount of attention that people are now questioning, right? And so you have those high-profile people, the same way as when Larry Fink and what's the name, BlackRock suddenly starts, putting out Bitcoin ETF. Suddenly, all the institutionals and the banks and the corporates start following. So yes, you need opinion leaders, right? You need also some success stories. So I would say speculation and gain and greed is not great, but it is good because it draws attention, right? Yeah, it opens the box, right? But quickly what you need is actual proper use cases that sustain adoption. Because the main issue of the pump and dump is that it's the late investors who get screwed, right? Because those who launch the token, the meme coin already knows when they're going to drop it. Right? So you're the only stupid person in the room, except that nobody told you, right? So
yeah, I think that's why RWA's real world assets are so important,
relevant
to be able to come in and segue for us, like a digital real estate. Everyone, we basically can access maybe another billion people that Binance can't, because Binance includes crypto, for example, right? Yeah. But digital real estate, no one's gonna, like in Japan, say, "Oh, mom, I bought a part of a building today." Oh, great, that's great. But then the crypto, like, oh, I don't know about that, right? So I think that real world asset is another scale. But just going back to the education thing for being able to onboard, I think we haven't announced it, and it's not an official announcement, but crypto in CNBC Africa, we're going to do an educational show, and it's going to be an amazing thing to
try, right?
Yeah. So we're going to be doing that, and it's going to be incredible to be able to access the average person, to help them, and not just, hey, the meme coin, like, how do you not get rugged? Like, how do you not understand the basic security? Like, this is very important. So,
I mean, you're completely right. Like, so on our wallet, for instance, that is on App Store and Google Play, we kind of added Ubuntu Academy, right? Which is AI-based learning, teaching for people to get familiar with it. And indeed, education is going to be very important. And the same way as when you started with real estate, we went for gold because that's the one thing everybody knows and that very few people question. But guess what? And that's also the issue when you talk about adoption, right? So 3-4 years ago, when we kind of kickstarted the whole process, we were not making enough returns for all the crazy maxi VCs who wanted 1,000x after 5 minutes, right? And for those who were more like the classic and understood gold, they didn't understand anything about crypto. So you stand in the middle for a very long time where nobody really, you're not sexy for anyone, right? And yeah, it's a reality, right? And now what happens is people now are starting catching up with actually real world asset is a safer way to get the massive adoption that we've been looking for. And suddenly you smell good, right? and you realize that maybe I should have just waited and chilled for a couple of years and just come now, right? But the fact is, it's undeniable. I mean, if you want the masses to get in, you're going to need, because not every person wants to take risk. Actually, risk is only a small bracket of the population. Why people? Because people don't have enough money to lose it.
Right.
Right? And now what you're going to see over the next 2 years, I mean, HSBC started with their own gold coin. I mean, it's just going to scale at a speed that no one has ever seen before.
This brings me to my last question, and I want us all to think a little bit further to the future. So this year, obviously, RWA is like a very hot topic. Last year we had other, and before. Every year there is some trend in blockchain. But I think it's all getting together. So it's pieces of the same mosaic. If we really think long term, let's imagine 20 years. And 20 years now is really, really, really a long-term development. In terms of sustainability, in terms of political situation, in terms of economic situation, in terms of population, 20 years is really a very large horizon. How do you see the role of blockchain and tokenization in shaping it? How would you love to see it in 20 years? And what would be your highlight? In 20 years, we're talking here, and what will be there that you would love to highlight and to demonstrate?
I can. That's a beautiful question, by the way. Thank you for this. I think I'd like to see a world where because I think we're really at a fork, where with AI and all that is going on, like we have two propositions of a society that will be living in 20 years. One is based on centralized form of AI, where like will be literally like controlled and manipulated at scale. And sorry to say that and to be very transparent, but that's a matrix. Right. And we have the opportunity to make a choice, because the people have the power. We just forgot that, but the people have the power, and that's exactly the power of blockchain and crypto and all of that. And we have the opportunity, and that's the world I'm dreaming of in 20 years. Where we will be living in augmented collective intelligence. All data will be 100% ours. We'll be able just to talk to that AI and to that help, if you want, to help us just make a better world. Just to remove the fear and making sure that we're all interconnected as one. Ubuntu, I am because we are.
Yes.
And that we will be able actually just to have the right help, just to make a sense of this amount of information and of beautiful projects and people doing great stuff out there. I'm here with Peter, actually, who's in this room, just landed from Kenya. We were together in a project named Earth One. There was so many great stuff happening out there. But how can you, with your little brain, make a sense of all that capacity? So I think the world that is coming in 20 years, if we all stand for data, for rights, for like being like sure that we have this ownership, this will be the most beautiful world our heart has ever thought of. If we go in that direction of being in ownership of our data, and that's the world I see in 20 years.
Thank you so much. This is awesome.
It's difficult to add something, but I dream of a world where everybody has access to wealth, to a financial system, and he doesn't need to be afraid of he owns his data, he owns his privacy, and he has a lot of support of AI agents or technology that makes the life better.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, when you said 20 years, I was like, I struggle to know what's going to happen in 2 years. So
Sometimes it's simpler now to think 20 years.
I'll give you the two answers. Let me start with the 2-3 years, right? I mean, and Claude made a very important point, and that connects with what Christophe and Florian are working on, is the convergence of blockchain and AI, right? So the reason why there hasn't been adoption is because the complexity of manual intervention, etc., is not. AI will leapfrog that, which means the man on the street. Again, I love my grandma, so I think about her all the time. Forgive me about that. If she can, and she raised me, so you know. So, but if she can do it by just saying, it changes everything, right? And now, since in the next 2-3 years, I see we're going to hit a wall, which is what Florian says about data ownership and so on. But it's more because AI will go so far with all the deep fake that suddenly blockchain is going to become sexy again. Why? Because it remains decentralized, distributed ledger technology is the one technology that guarantees tamper-proof information. If the future is about data, then it needs to be about the integrity of that data and the ownership indeed. Now, if you take me 20 years down the road, I'll tell you that the reason why I started this journey by tokenizing gold is because what I really had in mind was not gold, was the whole shift of the socio-economic and political model. What does that mean? You start with grid, gold, right? Other minerals, fine. But what is really at stake is that suddenly people will go back and attribute value to what truly has value. Because the next thing you're going to tokenize is forest, is the air you breathe, is the water you drink. And suddenly what used to be paper, that was what we were made to believe had value, is going to just go away because you're going to reattach through blockchain technology and AI possibly value to what Mother Nature has given us, and shift, therefore, from a scarcity economy mindset to an abundance economy mindset, where the every element of the planet that we live in will be linked to a value itself that will therefore, because it has value, force you to respect it, to honor it, and go back to the very sense of Ubuntu that makes you understand that we are all interconnected from the world we live in to the people who live around us. And that sense is where consciousness starts shifting. And this 20 years is actually the ignition point where we have deprogrammed ourselves to reprogram, right, into understanding value and values. And let us therefore live in better harmony, because since you are sovereign on your own data, since you know who you are, and since we're talking about augmented collective intelligence and decentralized neural network, we are back to the very vision, at least to what I believe in, which is Ubuntu, which is actually ancient wisdom, which is our ancient future. I am because we are. And that's, for me, 20 years, I think it's possible. Thank you.
Love it.
So playing on that abundance mindset, I think in 20 years it's going to be on-device AI. So you'll be able to have cold storage your life, being able to have on-device, being able to connect to fractional ownership of things. You'll be able to have your bots, basically a better version of you is able to augment and real-time trade fractional ownership of various things. And the whole world is more liquid. If anything, it's extremely liquid. And I think that that's going to change a lot of things. That liquidity is key to fractional ownership of various things. So think of everything like a commodity. So you're trading in and out of positions in every way, shape, and form. So think of everything as a master algorithm for a government, for a business, for an individual. And you're cohesively interconnecting your web of what is intrinsically motivating you to then connecting that to businesses and then governments. And that is a part of your AI. And now you're in real time being able to tap into what the blockchain has done to basically fractionalize that and decentralize it to make it a win-win for all. So it's a UBI alternative that is truly created in abundance globally for the world. And you're able to then put a value to everything. And what that value does is intrinsic motivation to who you are. You're able to live in that abundance because it's quantified. And that is what gives heart to AI and robotics. No one is talking about qualitative measurement at scale for giving a heart to robotics and AI. And what that does at scale qualitatively, being able to have that recursive self-improvement and the symbiosis between AI and humans and human to human and AI to AI, that will then tap into the master algorithm and weight it in real time. So I think that that's what we're seeing and being able to understand with these real world assets. It's playing into the master algorithm, what we're doing now. But 20 years, I think quantum is going to be a big part of that, and simulating the future of knowing and calculating where you want to go and reverse engineering that and being able to understand it in real time. And you literally running 3 parallels, past, present, and future. And that will be able to help simulate that to reverse engineer where you want to go.
So in 20 years, we'll be living in the multiverse.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah, it's. I think this we touched upon a lot of points, so going to be tough to add something after that. Really good point. I think I will go a little bit deeper into what we're going through. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like blockchain and AI have in common that they're removing a lot of people in the middle. So we're going to go through a phase of kind of consolidating the world in businesses. Like we would just have a lot more innovation that will be an actual innovation, and a lot less people in the middle just like eating like the steps. Like AI helps you just like go from data to what you need out of the data without having like a bunch of repackagers that you pay in the middle, like crypto and blockchain. Like does pretty much the same work for moving assets all over. Like if those guys are doing their job right and I'm doing the same, well, we'll be able to move anything anywhere we want, and that would be a great thing. So I'm very bullish. Like please guys, keep going, keep working on what you're doing. Very hopeful. And like in the middle of this, for all those things to work, very likely we'll need open source. It will be that if we keep going on like only using OpenAI and only using like Anthropic and stuff like that, like we're just giving away the last thing that has a chance to turn like humanity into a bunch of people that we extract value from. And if we use open source instead, it would be empowering everyone to give value and to, stay sovereign to what we're doing. I think like I would dare to say that anybody who's still working on closed source AI today is almost actively campaigning against us as species. Like you should, if you're in AI, you should be working on open source. And yeah, that's what we're standing for.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you very much. Yes, we stand with Alex Pertsev for sure. And we stand with everyone who is promoting the synergy, dissemination of empowerment with technology, accessibility, inclusion, financial inclusion, and all other types of inclusion, data inclusion. And I wish that in 20 years, everyone has a piece of Africa in themselves.
Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of colors, I want more colors, and everyone is dancing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.